Alright, let's do it again. Okay. I have a save file made for this already. So I'll try and fight her a few times at least. Well, this fight, when you're on the elevator, if you've gotten hit coming up here, you have plenty of time in the elevator to heal, like maybe twice, and then you can also pop your paper. If you don't have to heal, you could as well pop your paper and your pellet before the elevator gets up. That way you're not wasting any time using the materials. But for the sake of this, since the save file's up here, so we just already have our paper pops, and we go up about here. Pop our pellet, trigger the cutscene. This isn't one where you actually want a speed boost, but you can if you want, I guess. Alright, and just like most other bosses, you want to do some L1s when you can, but it's not like top priority on her, because the main thing with her is to like just stay behind her as best you can. Roll through the swipe attack like that. Try and get behind her again. Now she's teleporting. Now wait for the mist to shoot out just a little bit, and then double dash. I'll explain that more in a bit. But I didn't expect her to do it right then. And try to get behind her again. Okay. Let's do that again. Hey, what's up, Blaze? Okay, so yeah. Priority is stay behind her. Work in some L1s when you can for a better beast meter build-up, but it's not like super crucial. You can see how I cancel the nightmare phase. I need to show it a few more times. But basically, I lock onto her, and then I wait after I see the mist coming toward me. I wait for a split second, and then I dash. I don't do it immediately. If you do it right when you see the mist, it's usually too early. Now you just like lock on and just spam dash. There's lots of ways to do this. Like you can actually roll it. You can dash it. You can dash it different ways. It doesn't matter as far as that goes. The main thing is like the timing of it. So we'll do it again. We'll have our pellet, or our paper already popped. Have our pellet about here. Be ready to roll her slash attack if she does it with the opener. Otherwise, you can just get right behind her and safely do a bunch of. Like, look at my beast meter already. You kind of walk around her here, start attacking a little early before she's done. Get behind her again. She's doing like really easy attacks. You see our meter's like high, so we're not going to do any more L1s. One more before she goes away. She's giving me like insanely good RNG. I'm going to stop real fast. I'm going to try and trigger the nightmare phase. You never want to stand in front of her like this. But I want to see if she'll do it, so I can show you how to cancel again. Bolt papers are really important on this fight, by the way. Like some bosses it doesn't even affect at all. Like witches, paper doesn't affect. Nico, paper doesn't affect. But like wet nurse, it's really, really good on her. Okay, wait for it to come out a little bit. Might have been too early. No, it was good. So yeah, like it's not very long. Like right when you see it coming out, just wait just a split second and then do it. Try and find a visual cue for yourself as well. Like if you want to see when the mist hits a certain point, or when her, like look at her character if she does like a particular animation at the same time. But yeah, I just wait for the split second and go. I'm gonna try and see if she'll do it one more time. Maybe. Maybe. She ain't about that life. Yeah, it's gonna be for DLC, chalices, NG+1, NG+2, like everything for trophies. She might not do it again. It's usually kind of hard to get her to do it when you want her to. If you're in a speedrun though, she's gonna be casting it all day. Come on, girl. Let's go. Maybe it'll encourage her from behind her. Okay, nope, that's teleported. I like to get toward the middle here and then listen, make sure you have headphones on. And you can kind of hear where she's teleported to. That way you're in like the most neutral spot, I guess you could say. Whereas I see some people, like if she teleports from where I am right now, like they'll just kind of stay here and wait. I think that's kind of silly because you have no idea where she's actually gonna pop up at. So I get in the middle, I just listen for her. Come on, girl, do it. I'm gonna wait. I don't care how long it takes. I'm getting this nightmare phase again. I've already gotten 2, but I want to do 1 more. You son bitch. Also, be careful unless you're being really peachy and like somehow getting extra pellets and stuff. Like, don't use any pellets outside of the 1 for most boss fights. Like, you have 2 for Miko, you have 1 for Wet Nurse, you have 1 for Amy, you have 1 for the brain, like stuff like that. It's very important that you have just the amount you need used. Because if the fight takes forever, let's see if we can do this again. Okay, let it come out a little bit and double dash. See, hopefully that's enough to show you. That's 3 times. And then we'll finish her off. Okay, so that's Wet Nurse. She's not too complicated. The worst thing about her is like if you're kind of off to her side sometimes, she can, even if you're like right behind her, I think sometimes she'll like whip out this really rare like swipe attack like just to her left side. And it's so fast that a lot of times I get hit by it, and if I don't die to it, I mean, I at least, you know, I'm down to like no health, and sometimes it just flat out kills you if you have, you know, like a high beast meter. Okay, so you can see like after we killed her, we actually have quite a bit of time where we don't have anything to do. We're just waiting for this lamp to spawn and Nightmare Slain to pop up. So while that's happening, we have Amygdala coming up soon. So depending on if you want to go to Patches and get his rune, or if you're going to do the skip. If you're going to do the skip, you can take your chest off just to make it a little bit easier to see your character. I'm not going to do this. Well, I'll show the skip, but I'll show it in NG+1. That's when I need to do it anyway. So I'll show the lecture hall skip there. But until then, some other items I picked up for this run that I want to go ahead and equip would be like the antidote. And then while I'm waiting, I picked up a few cold bloods. It's like, yeah, pretend we're just sitting here waiting on her to give us the lamp. So I'd like pop those, and and you could pop this as well. It's not important because you're not really gonna pick up any other madman's knowledge. So yeah, you can pop that. This one you won't have yet. This you get after she dies, but I've just been standing here for a while. So yeah, you can have everything already equipped if you don't already have your, you know, I don't know, your torch maybe, which is kind of handy to have at times because some places are really dark. But yeah, you can just use like this 20 or 30 seconds to set everything up. He's in a little split there. Alright, and then you can see I haven't marked my splits that like we're gonna, since we already picked up a blood rock, we're gonna go straight up here and we're actually gonna cash in on that. So we're gonna max out our weapon, and we don't have to do, most people wouldn't have to do anything with their weapon anymore. But what I'm doing is, oh, let me redo that. So that's there. Okay. So yeah, we get the +10, so we go fortify twice, and then we go down, we click on our weapon, we go down 1 to the 15 attack. And then we hit left, and we go straight here, and this is the droplet that'll fit in any slot. That we put that, and then we put the 18% there. So we got 15 attack, 15% attack, 18%, 18%. Like the best base game gems we can get outside of farming, like Winter Lanterns or something, or maybe go into like the DLC. And then to get to Amygdala, we're gonna go to the lecture hall. And here's that part where I was saying like you can actually skip patches and do the lecture hall skip. And it saves quite a bit of time. I think well over 20 seconds. But I'm gonna do it because I really like this rune mostly. You do get a little bit of insight, I think 2 insight for this, but that's not at all why I go this way. It's mainly just like to avoid lecture hall skip one time in the run. You can kind of like roll and shoot this dude, just to, I think you avoid a little bit of dialogue, and now you need to exhaust his dialogue. And once you get about right here, like this next interaction right here, when he starts talking, just keep mashing X, like talk, mash X and get over here, and that should cancel his dialogue for the rest of the way. Just a little bit of free time save. Make sure you have your bold hunter mark ready. So we're gonna get patches, and you can see it in my splits, it says jelly, so make sure you get the red jelly. You can get red jelly in the chalices, but it's really out of the way. So you just pick up 2 in NG, and then you pick up 2 more in NG plus, and that'll be used for I think 2 different chalices at the end of the run. I'm gonna need some water. Okay. Oh, also something, there's a few places in this run where you can actually start running before the load screen's done. It's like you can run in the black screen essentially. So this is a place, and then when you first enter Mensis is a place. Depending on how you enter the lecture hall, it can happen there. But we're going down here to get the Messenger's Gift. Yeah, I get Choir Bell and Messenger's Gift confused. You can make this a bit faster by kind of locking on and dashing to these mobs. And again, use the downtime of no stamina here, because you're going to be taking poison damage the whole time. Use that to heal up. You have to heal up going through there, unless you had like I don't know, a buttload of health, which you're not gonna have. Like I'm talking like probably 30 bit or something crazy. Also, you'll notice I did not get the lamp here. See, I haven't lit it yet, but I marked out and it still takes me back here. Like you don't need this lamp. If you're just starting and you expect to die going through the poison lake like I just did, or you expect to die to Amygdala, then yeah, you can get it. But honestly, this section's not that bad. Even the skip you have to do, which skips like almost all of Nightmare Frontier, which is amazing, is not that difficult, especially if you take your time with it. So I take my chest off so I can see my character model better. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stones. I line up on this third one from the left. I get my character. Yeah, be careful. You don't want to be like jogging here. You want to kind of like get to this spot and then start slow walking. So I get to about the third one. It doesn't have to be exactly this, but the most important thing I've noticed is make sure you're like perfectly straight towards the elevator. If you do this at like an extreme angle like this, it's usually going to fuck up and you're going to have to mark out, and it'll take you back to where the lamp was, but it's just going to waste a lot of time. So I like to make sure I'm pretty much straight, and then you want to go to your sit down gesture. As soon as you hit this, pull up your quit out menu fast and just go ahead and quit out as soon as you can. Like I don't think you can quit out too fast for that part, but the sooner you do the better, because you have like maybe a 2-second drop there, but it still works if you quit out as soon as you can. But yeah, this skip's pretty free. I don't remember the last time I messed it up. But yeah, just like pick a spot that works for you and make sure you're like perfectly straight. When you hit the bottom here, you can double tap, or you can keep tapping circle to kind of get a dash backwards to save a little bit of time. If you kind of hug this left side, sometimes if you hit it right, it won't stun your character like that. There's a Madman's Knowledge here, which like I said in this run, you don't really pick those up. Where was my last save file? Wet nurse? I guess I'll make one for Amy. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna make one for Amy. So let's get out our beast blood pellet and we'll go ahead and do the save file. This fight is stupid easy, but like anything, you need to practice it obviously to get it to be this easy. What I would say is go for the best strat, which saves like an extra almost an extra second of time save, which doesn't sound like a lot, but I mean it's free, so like go for it. If you miss it, not a big deal. Like you can still go for the normal strat. But basically what you're doing is, so like the original strat for Amygdala and the one that's still kind of used for BL4 is you pop your paper, you run through her body, you go to the back door, like the door that leads to the exit when you kill her, to the lamp, and you pop your pellet, and then you like hit her head 3 times with R1s, and she gets a stagger, and you just kind of go ham on her arm and her head. But then the Amygdala strat was found. And that's basically just you charged R2 on her head when she lands from the front. Jesus Christ, dude. And so like, yeah, so she's landing and you're like queuing up on R2, and it's like while you have your pellet already popped, you can just instantly stagger with that R2. And then once your stamina gets almost to full, I'd say about 85% or so, you're gonna do the wombo combo on her. The thing is though, a newer strat has been found to where if you delay your charged R2 just enough, that it won't just be stagger damage that, you know, staggers the boss, it'll also be late enough to actually count as damage to her health bar as well. So you delay it just a second, you hit her, you knock the shit out of her, and you stagger her, you get your stamina almost to full. You do a combo like this on her head, and then the last attack hits her arm. And with these stats, I think she dies, but without, because we have a +10 already, and we have decent stats, 30, 25, so we might be able to finish her off. I don't know, I normally have 34 here if I was doing the YOLO route, but we have a little less, but that +10 should help. So yeah, basically the markers I use, look at my hat, there's like these little posts here. I don't know what they are exactly, these little totem things. This one right here that I'm tracing that has like the split off one, it has 2 going out of it. That's kind of where I use as my marker distance wise. It's like once I get up to that, I'm gonna pop my pellet, and there's like a little spot on the ground I'll show you. So well, yeah, when we get up there, I'm gonna kind of like pop my pellet and then just kind of let go of sprint and just take a few more steps toward the back of her hand. And right when I get on the back of her hand, I'm going to queue up the R2 and smack her face. And then I'm going to get in position in front of her face and do the L1 combos. And like I said, you might have to do 1 extra hit with these stats, but alright, so yeah. The two piece totem there, that's our marker. And then look at the ground. And we're going to pop our pellet about right here in this little patch. And then let go of sprint. Queue up. And then start your combo. And then you see, like, because my stats are 4 less than normal, she had like a sliver left. But if you got to the point where you actually have like maybe 32 or 34 strength here, or even 35, depending on how much you've done, that last L1 that we did like right here would have actually finished her off. Yeah, we just had a little bit of chip damage we had to do. Okay, and then while she's dying, like you can see it takes a little while for her to die. You actually pull up your menu and go ahead and pop that, but you can see the lamp's already up because we've been waiting. But we'll try that again just to see if we can do the good strat. And like I said, if you mess up the good strat, it's not a big deal. Like you won't lose that much time. The main thing in this fight is to get the head stagger right when she drops. If you get the bonus damage, it's great. If you don't, just don't sweat it. It's not that much time, and you should be perfectly fine. The one other thing is you can see I kind of started swinging my cleaver a little early versus when she actually landed. there's a reason for that. You don't want the visceral because, one, you don't have a whole, I mean, the visceral's kind of nice, but you can just do so much more damage and it's so much faster just to do the full combo. I mean, if you had like fucking 50 skill and maybe a buttload of beast meter by then, you might could take the visceral and finish her off like half her health or something. I don't know. But yeah, for this fight, you don't really want the visceral, so you want to kind of swing early. That same thing will come into play later on with Ebrietas as well. Alright, so use the double tiki marker and look down. I look at this little patch here. About here. Get to the back of her hand roughly, cue it up. Your stamina almost full, start swinging a little bit early. And then finish her off, and then go through your menu, pull up this cord. Because you're waiting, like look, you can't get through the gate and you can't even see the lamp yet. So to use that time wisely, just like healing and downtime, whatever. Pop your cord while you're waiting. I'm not gonna go over any more of Amygdala. That was 2 times. Like I said, that strat's pretty easy. Practice till you're perfectly consistent with it. That's like a fight like Cleric Beast. Not Cleric Beast, sorry, that's a joke. But Amelia, like you can get that perfectly consistent. Do it. Practice Parl till she's perfectly consistent. Like definitely do all that, you know? I mean, practice everything, but like get those consistent fights perfectly consistent for yourself so you don't have to worry about them ever. You have enough to stress about in this run. Okay, so Amygdala is dead. Now you see I haven't marked for Cleric Beast, so we're gonna go to Central Yharnam. Hey Noble. And after this we'll buy 7 Bold Hunter marks, and that could vary. Like I think it's really important to buy exactly what you need and no more, but again, if you're just learning the run, you might want to buy a little bit extra just in case, for whatever reason. I don't kill this guy anymore, but he does drop a really good rune. You can see he drops the Claw Mark rune, which does 20% visceral increase, which is huge. Like, it's really good. I just don't have room for it anymore with what I'm doing, so I would say maybe pick it up for now, since it only takes a little bit to get. You'll have options for runes later. But my runes are pretty much filled up with, I need the plus item rune from Willem and Byrgenwerth, because it ups the chance that good items will drop from enemies. So like later on in the run, you have this one time, or this one chalice where you're gonna be or this one point in the chalices where you're gonna start looking for a Ritual Blood 4 to drop off a mob. There's a lot of mobs you can kill for it, like the big fat dudes, or the snatchers are the ones you're looking for. But if if you have the item rune equipped, it's gonna greatly increase the chance that it does drop it. And I've seen, I mean myself included, I've seen people lose a lot of time because they'll go through, I mean it'll make more sense later when I'm actually killing the snatchers and the chalices and stuff, but it's just, I had one run that was actually pretty solid one time where I didn't have the rune equipped, and it took me I think 9 or 10 tries. And so in that span of 9 or 10 snatcher kills, I think I lost like 4 minutes or something. Like that's a fuck ton of time when you don't have too much time to save. So I get the item rune to up my chances of actually not getting fucked over by RNG. Okay, Cleric Beast, when you have these stats, we have plus 10 weapon, 30 strength, 25 skill, and our best gems is just a joke. What I'm gonna go for is on the right leg, I'm just gonna unload. Just do like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then an L1 finish on the broken leg. Just like hammer that leg away. This fight triggers like right past these statues, so just keep that in mind. I might mess this up, but it's not a big deal. Okay, I had a little less stats than I normally would here, to be fair. But yeah, that L1 would have killed her. Like you saw how much damage it was doing. But yeah, since we're kind of peachy, it doesn't work quite right. But you get the gist of it. Just unload on that right leg, basically. And this is a kind of a joke fight. It's I mean, you can't die here. I say can't, but yeah, you can't die there. If you die there, kill yourself. Like, That's just sad. Let's see. Now that we've done that, you can see I haven't marked to buy the 7 Bolt Hunter marks. So we can go up twice, hit this. Oh, also something I didn't cover is you can hit R2 and L2 to go up in increments of 10. Or you can hit down to go to max, which I covered that. So if you want, when you pull this up, you can do like R2 and then go down to 7, or you can just go up to 7 like this. Either way, it's probably around the same speed. But yeah, I buy 7. You can buy some extra if you wanted. You're gonna have to, I mean, everybody has their own flair to these runs when they start learning it. They do their own thing. So if you want to buy some extras, I mean, it's not too expensive. You can see they're like 1,200 each. So yeah, I buy 7. I scroll over 3 times to Kirkhammer. The reason you buy Kirkhammer is to make the Orphanage Key Skip easier. You can do it with just a saw cleaver, and you can do it with other weapons. The only issue is we don't really have access to any other good weapons to do it with. So yeah, you can do it with your cleaver if you're really crazy. It's not super hard, but it's at the same time it's kind of easy to mess up. So we're gonna go in by the Kirkhammer here, and then we're gonna run straight over here to the woods, and we're gonna go pick up the beast drawer item. We're gonna get the summons and the cord from the clinic, and then we're gonna make our way to Upper Cathedral Ward. So this is kind of a break, because in this run you can't do the cave skip. There's no point, because you have to go get the beast drawer. So yeah, this section's like pretty easy. The only issue you might run into is this one mob up here guarding the beast blood pellets. I think he's guarding 3 of them. You can see him just right up here in this building on the right. It can be kind of an issue though. I just run to the right side. You can roll through this bucket here, pick up the pellet. I kind of bait him. Okay, if you fall just right, I haven't worked out exactly where to fall there, but you can actually fall and not get the stagger. Go in and get your pellet equipped, by the way, because you ran out of pellets. And when you, like in DS3, if you have a weapon or an item equipped in your quick bar and you run out, it'll still keep that slot filled with that. But this game, if you run out, it takes it off your quick bar. So go ahead and make sure you re-equip your pellets. You can pretty much hold down circle this whole time in this area. I picked up the antidote, as you saw, like if you remember, way earlier, right before, or right when we encountered Alfred in Cathedral Ward. We picked up that 7% gem. I picked up the antidote on the stairs, and this is why I picked up the antidote. Just for this section here. I really do think you kind of break even between the time it takes to pick it up and the time it takes to pop it, but it feels a lot more comfy for me. Be careful of that giant, by the way. He can actually kill you easily if you like aggro him and you're like sit there for too long. Like, he'll just jump attack you and one shot you. Hey Yomi. But yeah, this is mostly just a break area. There's not too much to worry about if you're just a little bit careful. Like, the hardest thing is that beast that was guarding the 3 pellets pretty much. And yeah, I use the antidote, but you can actually just heal up a couple times. You'll get a ton of vials in this run. It should not be an issue, and you get plenty of chances to buy more if you need them. Yeah, so we're just going here to get the cord and the summons, and this is one of those places I like to use the torch. It's not like super hard to see, it just makes it a little bit more comfortable to do. Do a little bit of stamina management here, get maybe up to like half. That thing can hit you. He hasn't hit me in a while, but it can. That's why I keep my health high. Because I should be able to tank like 2 hits at this health. And then you just kind of zigzag through these crows. And do it just a touch of stamina management, and you should make it perfect to this door. I even swung out wide. Alright, so grab the cord here. Gonna hug this side. If you stamina manage up to half here, like, something else to consider is if you want to stamina manage, you have to make sure your stamina doesn't deplete to 0. If it goes to 0, the most you can do to control your stamina at that point, holding it down, it's like it's gonna go all the way up to like that 80% mark again by itself. If it goes down to 0, You have to like stamina manage before it hits that, so I don't know if that makes sense. Alright, so we get all that stuff, we mark out. we have enough Bolt Hunter marks for the rest of this run, which is really nice. And then once we get back to the Woods Lamp, we go straight back to the Dream, and then we're heading towards Upper Cathedral Ward. If you want, you can actually go ahead and level up a bit now before you go in here, because this place can be pretty scary, but it's ultimately up to you. But yeah, we'd go here, Cathedral Ward. I'll probably make a save file for this section, because running through it is pretty stupid. Pretty damn stupid. I'm actually gonna make the save file like right here at the start too. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go like this. Hey Fumar, Merry Christmas Eve. Okay, let's pull this up and make the save file. This is one of those areas that it may not seem like it watching somebody run through here, but it's pretty hard. That's like part of the reason, or the main reason why I didn't use an elixir earlier on in the run for that winter lantern by the choir bell, was so I had one for this section. So we'll have one there, and then you can pick up an extra one if you want, but it doesn't seem to help too much for this section. But yeah, you'll have some kind of shitty run-throughs getting through mobs, and you'll also have to deal with the Orphanage Key Skip, which can be pretty trolly. And then you have a pretty free emissary fight, and Debbie's free as well, but Debbie, you have to be careful. You have to know what your stats are, so you don't stagger her early. You have to keep that in mind, and then also you can easily get drug around. Like if you're in a bad spot with the opener, she can kind of sling your character around behind her, and it fucks up everything. So positioning is really important, and it's another fight that can be perfectly consistent. You just need to practice it, just like for, you know, Amelia and stuff. All right, so here we go. These echoes, it's not going to be a whole lot, but if you happen to get lucky, you can pick them up for free if they spawn here. These are from back when you fought, when you went to Parl from the Snatcher killing you, because your echoes spawn like a little bit behind. Like I think it's like maybe, I don't know, 8 or 10 seconds behind where you actually die, roughly, and sometimes they'll drop on mobs as well. But yeah, you can just pick that up for free, but yeah, you can see it's not a whole lot. Once we hit this elevator, you can actually pull up your menu and go ahead and do your cord. Get your elixir ready if you saved it. As soon as my stamina bar runs out here, I'm gonna actually pop it. Like right on these stairs. So pop this, and this will help a lot with this wheelchair dude. Kind of hug this left side. You can see he just shot too. It might be kind of hard to see, but you can hear the kind of bassiness of it. Okay, and so here our elixir's still going, and we're gonna hug this right side a little bit, and we're gonna pick up this chest. But with our elixir going, that dude over on the left side of the room doesn't aggro, which is really nice, and then this dude we can just one-shot. And this is exactly why you save the elixir. That would have gone potentially very different if I wouldn't have popped that. And here, since we're kind of teaching a little bit, we're gonna go ahead and pick this up. Now this part is one of the most hated parts in the run. I can't stand these mobs. You can see how easy that was, but it's really, really easy to get stuck there. I would get this lamp, but for convenience sake, it throws off everything to get it. Like, yes, if you're just learning the run, definitely get it. You'll understand why once I show you like what you're able to do without it though. It's just so much more convenient. Alright, and we didn't pop our, we didn't equip our Kirk hammer quite yet. So get this out, L1 to trick it, and then you get over here sort of on the right side of the door. And basically what you want to do, you want to hit the left, like his left side, like go for his left arm. So we're going to do a jump attack, so forward and R2 kind of at the same time. And then switch to your cleaver. Queue up an R2 and then go into an L1 and that should finish him off. There is a madman's knowledge here. Like again, I'm strong emphasis on this. You don't need the madman's knowledge, like any of them. It's just a time waste. But if for whatever reason you still want to get some, there's one right here. Just be careful because this window actually has a wolf inside of it. So once you pick this up, that wolf's gonna aggro. He's gonna bust through the window when you're running away. He's not really much of a threat. Just keep that in mind. If you like linger around or come down the hallway and then go back for whatever reason, you're probably gonna get knocked the hell out. Okay, and then here you can kind of jump over the fence, which I messed up. But that's a little bit of a time save if you get it. And you want to have your pellet popped early here, but I didn't really get a chance since you want to be really efficient and fast with that Orphanage Key Skip. That'll give you plenty of time to actually pop the pellet. So we'll just go ahead and pop it now. And if I need to, I'll do this whole section again. It doesn't matter. This fight's kind of a joke, but if we do the YOLO version, it can be a little bit more challenging. I'm gonna actually go for the YOLO version this time. We're gonna R1, L1. You can see like what we did there is okay, so we already had our pellet popped, right? When we jumped down, we spent that time to just pop our paper, and then I just immediately started running. And the one in the middle here was the actual threat, like the main boss. So you just get up to it and you R1, L1, you hope to God that he backs up. If he backs up, you're able to like safely just do 4 R1s and knock him out. That's the YOLO version. I guess the regular version would be, okay, you jump down, you already have your pellet, you pop your paper, and then you just start R1, L1ing these little ones. And then if they kind of group up nicely, you can just keep cleaving them down. And that's knocking them out, and that's building up meter. And then once you get on the actual boss, you can just do like a few hits, and then it backs up, and you can just finish it off with a few more hits. It's a really simple fight. I went ahead and showed the hard version just so you know about how much health it has with this setup. This is another lamp I'm not gonna get, but that's there if you need it. Yeah, I'm not gonna go over Emissary too much. Debbie, I will though. I think I'll make a save file for Debbie actually. All of what I just showed you is just pretty much. Oh, one more quick thing while I'm thinking about it. Orphanage Key Skip that I did with when I pulled out this to kill the alien. That skip, if you mess it up, like if the alien for whatever reason doesn't come towards you where you can actually hit it with the cleaver, like it's just too far away, you can try to hit it with this again maybe, but more than likely you're gonna have to run a bit down the hallway, like maybe run about 20 feet in game down the hallway and quit out like so, and then try it again. Just rinse and repeat if he keeps fucking with you. I mean, I've seen a lot of really good runs lose like a minute to that guy just for being a dick. That's just an option. Like if you cannot get him to come to the door for whatever reason, run down the hallway a little bit, quit out, and just start over. So yeah, keep that in mind. Anyway, let's do a save file for Debbie. She's perfectly consistent, but yeah, like I said, you need a bit of practice on her to get it consistent. And also, depending on what category you're doing, your stats and your weapon upgrade might be a bit different. Like right now we have a +10, and all bosses you don't have a +9 right now, but your stats would be higher than they are here, most likely. So damage is probably close to the same, but you just have to be careful because your opener on like BL4 is going to be R1 and 3 L1s, and then you're going to pop your paper and do all that stuff. Whereas here, your opener is going to be R1, L1, L1, just 2 L1s instead of 3. And then while you're waiting, you trick your weapon back if you need to, and then pop your paper. And so something else is, you know how I mentioned wanting to pop my pellet before, kind of like when I was going to get the Cosmic Eye Watcher badge, you want to pop your pellet early. And the whole reason is so that your pellet runs out before you get to the elevator after Celestial Emissary. And that will allow you to use the elevator to go ahead and pop your pellet again for this boss, which you know how when we did Wet Nurse, we could heal twice, we could pop our paper, whatever, and just do it for free because you're waiting in the elevator anyway. Like, it's the same idea. So we'll pretend we already have our pellet popped. I'm not gonna pop it until I explain something up here real fast, but yeah, just pretend it's already popped. And when you're running up here, and then after you have your pellet pop, go ahead and swap to your bolt paper. Okay, basically what you want to do here is you're gonna work on stagger damage on this tentacle right here in front of my hat. This one right here. You're just gonna go up to her, have your pellet ready, and I'm gonna pull back so I don't actually hit her. And you're gonna open up on the tentacle. You're gonna do R1, L1, L1, kind of do your last L1 to the left. Make sure all the damage is on that tentacle. Once you do that attack, you're gonna go ahead and spend that time to pop your paper while you're waiting on her. Once her tentacle sort of in front of that one drops, like this one, I think it's this one right here, the one in front of her face, that one's gonna drop next to this main one right here that we were trying to stagger. Once it drops down almost completely, that's when you want to start your rotation. So we're gonna go in, we're gonna do R1, L1, L1. We're gonna pop our paper. We're gonna wait, kind of stand off to the side, and right as that tentacle drops, we're gonna just R1, 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 R1. And I think did we do R1s only? There's a lot of muscle memory I can't think about right now. I think they're all R1s though. Yeah, that should be fine. I'll see what I actually end up doing just for muscle memory, because I might be a little bit off here. The main thing is the opener though. Like, if you do too much damage and you stagger her early, it really throws off everything. Your goal here is to build up your meter and get her tentacle within one shot of stagger, so that way when she officially does aggro and her health bar pops up, you can one shot stagger her, and then the rest of the damage is just you know, towards the fight. And then once her head drops, you just kind of do some whatever combos you want to do. Anyway, let's just try this though. I have a save file, so I'll do it again. So get up here after your pellet. Make sure your pellet's all the way gone, by the way, like your meter. Pop your paper. Watch for a tentacle drop. Okay, we do L1s. Okay, that's all muscle memory. Yeah, we do R1 and then a bunch of L1s. I was kind of hitting her tentacle there instead of her head. Like, your head is like what you want to focus on once she's staggered like that. So you're gonna do a bunch of damage. After you see you've gotten the echo, like after you see prey slaughtered, I think it's called. Yeah, this one's a prey slaughtered one. You can go ahead and pop your pellet, your mark. But let's go ahead and try that again. This is another. I'm gonna keep emphasizing this, but like you can do a bunch of different strats, especially like the finishing stuff. I usually change it up all the time because I'm always trying out new things, or sometimes I forget. But the main thing is get your pellet popped early so your beast meter is still active, it's just not on the screen before you do the opener. If you have beast meter up and you do the opener, you're probably going to do too much damage, because like I said, there's different tiers of damage to unlock, and if you're in that higher tier already, you could fuck everything up. So yeah, I already have this popped on the elevator, preferably. Just do it for free. And you run up here, make sure you have just enough stamina for at least 3 attacks, which is about half. Do R1, L1, L1, go out this direction. Pop your paper. L1, L1, L1. You can see how much damage we do to her head, by the way. And then right when you see prey slaughtered, you can go ahead and mark it out. If you do things too early, you miss out on the echoes, which means the boss didn't actually die. Like, if I mark out before I get echoes there and I come back to this arena, Debbie's just gonna be chilling there like, what's up? Yeah, like, oh shit. Yeah, you like kill your run. So just keep that in mind. And you probably already also saw, I pulled up my Bolt Hunter mark early, but when Prey Slaughtered came up, it actually canceled that out for me and I had to pull it up again. That's another way to tell how soon you can do it. Oh, we already picked up our Eye of the Blood Drug Hunter, so you can come up here. and get grabbed by Amy to get taken to the DLC. Once she's about to squeeze you, go ahead and start spamming options about, you know, you don't have to spam it super fast, but just so you can skip the cutscene ASAP, because cutscenes do count towards IGT. Hold circle. This is a part where you can run immediately before you actually can see your character, and we're gonna immediately go back. Call Beyond's done. Oh yeah, I don't know if I haven't mentioned all the items I picked up, but I have been picking them all up, like that Call Beyond back there. I'm pretty sure I got it. Let's see, it should be down here. Yeah, I did get that. That's right after you kill Emissary, before you get to Debbie's elevator. Okay, so we've done all that, picked up all of our stuff. Now we're gonna go to Witches Early. The reason I go to Witches Early is because of the runes, which are really nice. So this is a point, another point where you can decide, do you want to level up a bit early? Because you look at our stats, I mean, our vit's kind of low, it's a little bit scary. Our damage is okay, but I mean, we can do better. So it's like, you can make the decision if you want to do it now or later. I think I'm going to go ahead and do it now for the sake of being a bit more peachy. So I'm going to get like 34. Let's go ahead and get, we ultimately need 43. Let's do this. That's actually good right there, 15. Okay, so just one extra point. That should be fun. This is up to you. It's like in this run, skill is actually really nice, especially for like chalice stuff, because you can like one visceral a bunch of bosses. I overall like strength better, and that's what they do on the all bosses run as well. So yeah, if you want to level up here, you can. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. And we don't have enough materials for this section, so we have to come up here, and we're gonna buy the key items when you get to the bath are always going to be pellets, elixirs, and paper. And you'll need some cocktails, but like these are the ones you really need to look at. You can see number of held on your character. See how it's 1 of 10, 1 of 10, 0 of 10, 1 of 10. So here I'm gonna hit X, R2, and then down twice to get 9, so that way I have 10. Anything extra goes into your stored inventory, which you're not gonna really access in this run, unless stuff goes really wrong. Here I'm gonna do the same thing, so I have 10 again. And then I'm gonna buy fire paper, and then now you can see I only have 7 insight, so I'm just gonna hit down to make it easier. And bam. So yeah, just kind of keep these all topped off as best you can throughout the run. You're gonna come here a lot. Because one, you want to dump all of your insight every chance you get, because that helps. Like the higher your insight, effectively the less damage you do with beast blood pellets, because it lowers your beast meter and your beasthood. So you want to keep your insight low as best you can. So yeah, okay, we stocked up really well on pellets, elixirs, paper, and then like I said, we'll need cocktails, but not yet. I mean, that won't really come into play until you can use some in NG+, but mainly you'll want those for the chalices, which are at the end of the run. So yeah, come here, buy that stuff. If you wanted to level up like we did, you can go ahead and do that. And now we're going to, since we got the Hemwick lamp early after Amelia, we can actually just go to this first selection and just spam X. And you can see in my splits it says no summons. That's because Kanbanwa found a way. Like I tried to do Alfred in NG once, just to do him early and get his badge, but he's really fucking hard on NG when you don't have any level ups. So Kanbanwa was like, okay, let's just do it on NG+ then. It's like, oh, genius. Now you actually have enough damage to kill the fucker. So yeah, now we don't have to pick up the summons, because the whole reason you get the summons was to give it to Alfred later, and then you can talk to him and get his badge. Now you just kill him and you just get it like that, so you don't have to pick it up. Which the summons is when you go to the like backside of Logarius to visit Annalise. This is another part I like to pull up my torch. This is also like our probably 3rd ladder cancel warp we're gonna be doing. The thing about doing ladder cancel warp from up top on a ladder is if you mess it up, watch what happens. You go on the ladder and you waste like several seconds. So you can see how it sucked me in. That's how we know it worked. So yeah, just practice ladder cancel warp a fuck ton because you don't want to fuck it up from the top. You lose a lot of time, and you'll see why we're doing that ladder cancel warp soon. Go ahead and get your pellets ready. I like to jump off this point right here, sort of lock on to a dog or something if you can for a dash, and just kind of hug the right side. Witches is another very free fight. With these stats, it'll just take like 5 R1s each. It's not to say it's completely free though, like there are things that can happen which usually it involves not the witches but the ads around them. Okay, so basically there's that little ramp there, there's that post, and then there's that next post. I think the fight triggers about in line with that second post there. So once I get up to that point, I pop my pellet and start turning around, and then this is where the witch is gonna spawn. And once I get to the witch, you can lock on, which is probably the safest bet, and you can just do five R1s depending on what your stats are. Our stats are like plenty high for this damage. After this one dies, you run over to that far corner opposite, and there's another one over there, but you're gonna have 2 ads to deal with potentially. So you wanna do this quickly, because if those ads are lingering around too much, they're gonna start attacking you, and they don't do a ton of damage, but they do big combos. So if you get caught in one of their hits, like more than likely you're gonna get hit multiple times unless you just roll away immediately. So yeah, pretend we just walked in here. Go up to about this second post here. Pop your pellet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Start running towards the other witch. You can see like this position on this guy right here is really horrible. I'm gonna kill him. See what I mean? Like it can hit the fan really easily. Okay, and immediately go back this way. Since this is all trophy run, we're gonna go ahead and get this rune workshop tool. And remember how we did the ladder cancel warp on that ladder back there a ways? As soon as you pick this up, go ahead and pull up your quit out menu and quit out. This will have given plenty of time for the boss to die, because I mean you can't even get to that fog gate without them dying anyway. And it's going to warp us all the way back to that ladder, and that'll be a lot safer because we're going to come from the backside. And you save a little bit of time, because otherwise we'd have to turn around and run all the way back through the arena and past all those mobs. You don't save like a ton. I think it's probably only a couple of seconds, but I mean it's mostly just more comfortable this way. Be careful with this mob here, obviously she can push you off. So I like to jump off here and kind of whip left, and then I kind of go off this way, and then start spamming options, turn your character right. Oh my god, how did I just pop that? I think I hit square on accident. Yeah, I just accidentally popped it. I've never seen that happen. That was dumb. Yeah, anyway, just like start spamming options and then turn your character a little bit right so you can get in the carriage as fast as possible. I don't know that it actually used it though, which that's kind of nice that it didn't waste it. That was strange. Okay, anyway, you can pretty much hold down circle here. I don't heal except for at doors usually in this part. You have a lot of downtime in this area. You may wonder how I knew to roll that. It's because make sure you're wearing headphones. You can hear those things jumping at you. Alright, most of this is just running around Cainhurst. Get familiar with the area, because I guess it could get a little confusing. The hardest part is right before Logarius when you have to pick up the gloves. To remember just to go there, honestly. But you can just run through this whole place without letting go of circle, pretty much. There's a few light stamina management points that I do, but you don't have to. I like to go far left here. Fuck that guy. But yeah, we'll pick up the gloves, and we'll have to get the badge from Annalise. This is the part where I do just a little bit of stamina management. I like to run up this ladder. Evelyn is right there in that chest if you want it. You'll eventually have to buy that if you don't get it there. So that's what I do. I just buy it later. But kind of hug the left side and go up this little staircase here and jump straight off of it. Like, don't go left. You wanna go, make sure you're in this section right here, because this is the executioner gloves that sometimes people miss. Easy to forget it. And then you're kind of just follow this path, hug this side, don't fall off. And this is like I said, there's a ton of places in this area where you just have downtime to just fuck off. It's like while you're waiting for this shelf to open, you can heal up. I'm gonna make a save file for Logarius as well. We'll do him a few times. He's pretty easy when he's not trolling, but yeah. You have like a basic strat you want to go for that involves R1L1, R1L1, and then R1 and 3L1s, and then you just backstab him after a couple hits twice, but it's not always that clean. You control so hard. And if your health isn't, our health is decent, but I mean, he could one-shot us with some of his abilities still. I'm gonna go ahead and heal now. It doesn't matter because like once you get up this ladder, your stamina is gonna last all the way to the boss arena, basically, because you have to pop your items. With our stats though, we don't really need paper. It's not gonna be enough to make a difference. So we're just gonna use the pellet. And I'm gonna go ahead and trick my weapon, and I'm just pulling out the quit out for the save file. Okay, yeah, Logarius, like I said, it's R1L1 when you can, R1L1 again, and that's hitting him and, you know, doing the damage and building up the meter at the same time. And then the third rotation, if you've gotten the successful R1L1, R1L1, you have enough damage to go ahead and commit to 2 more L1s for the next rotation, which he's gonna, if it goes well, he's gonna go ahead and transition into the next phase. And while he's doing that, you're unloading a bit of damage on him, and then for the finisher, you basically want to get your stamina up to the left side of your item bar, so you have enough for two charged R2s. So one will be the backstab, the other will just be the follow-up damage. And with your meter built up a little bit and these stats, you should be able to actually finish him off like that. But I'll do this guy at least twice, maybe a few times even. And like I said, it should go well, but keep in mind that he can be really trolly. And like, there's one move he does where he like backs up and like immediately casts the ball in front of him. You can tell when that's coming based on what he does beforehand. It's just kind of hard to describe. I'll see if I can catch it and explain it, but also the transition I think happens about right, probably that little post thing there. So have your pellet already popped, and maybe once you get about to that one, just trick your weapon. Yeah. And I just sprint straight toward him, and I lock onto him. And R1, L1, R1, L1, and then commit to the full rotation. Get in like 2 R1s here, get up stamina to half. And you can see we did way too much damage there. I forget how good my stats are. But yeah, that is pretty much the perfect fight, and I actually did it a little bit wrong. Like I did too many extra R1s at the end. You can just like squeeze in like an extra R1, not 2 there, and you'll be fine with these stats apparently. Yeah, that's pretty much the essence of it. I kind of want him to fuck me over a little bit so I can see if I can deal with it. I really want to show that instant backup thing he does, because I want to, like, the attack he does before is like a telltale sign he's about to try it on you. And it's really scary because if it counter hits you, and I think it probably could one-shot you if your health's too low. So, alright, let's try and trick our weapon about same spot. Get right to him as fast as you can. He's gonna do a shitty opener that we have to dash. And then R1, L1. Hell, with this damage, I might not even need to do that extra R1 I did. Good God. Damage is disgusting. Alright, he's like being super nice to us. I really do want him to troll us just so I can show you, but I'd say about 80% of the time, maybe 70. It's okay, but yeah, it can definitely hit the fan here. I'll try it one more time though. If he doesn't troll us this time, no, fuck it. I don't know. I can't spend too much time on every boss because this guide'll take too long. Yeah, trick about here. He's got the holiday spirit. True. 'Tis the season of Logarius giving us good RNG. Yeah, he's not gonna do it. This might kill him. Nope. And okay, so yeah, that seals the deal. Like, you do actually want to get one R1 before you do the double backstab combo. And like I said, before you do the double backstab, make sure your stamina's about right there, just to the left of the item box, and you have a little bit of leeway. And that'll be the double finisher. But while he's dying, go ahead and make your way here. You can see where it spawns. Like, this is where the cutscene triggered. So if you go back about one more, that's where you grab the crown. And you'll need the crown. Go ahead and put it on to get back here. You can actually trick your weapon here as well. Alright, and then immediately take that back off because it has shitty stats on it. Alright, here's the point where there's the Cainhurst summons. No, it's not the Cainhurst summons. It's, what is this summons actually called? Maybe it's the Cainhurst summons. It's basically the one for Alfred. And come up to her immediately, and like, you gotta kind of talk to her about here. If you go too far forward, you gotta be in like this little ring of candles. But yeah, talk to her. You just want to pledge allegiance so you can get the badge, which will allow you to buy some weapons that you need for the trophy later. Once you get to this point where it says offer a blood drug, just leave and then exhaust her dialogue. Go to this lamp. You can't mark out here. If you mark out, I think you go all the way back to either the beginning of this zone or maybe where the pickup was to get to Cainhurst. Okay, now the really fucking annoying part of the run starts. This is where we're gonna go for the DLC. So you can maybe get a couple levels here. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and finish. Like, you definitely want some vit. And now we can actually do our runes before we go to the DLC, because that's like the whole reason of going to the witches. So this is the one we got from patches. Mandatory, I would say, if you picked it up. Go right one, and you can do the beast rune, which actually, let's do it like this. For our first slot, let's do the one that we're going to replace. So first slot, we'll either pick Clawmark or Blood Rapture. This is up to you at this point, because I'm going to eventually get the item rune, sand from Byrgenwerth from Wilhelm. So one of these that you pick is going to get replaced. And for the sake of convenience, I think I'm going to go for the Blood Rapture. And then you go right one, get your stamina, go right one and get the beast rune. And what this beast rune does is it helps your, like when you pop a pellet, you get a little bump in the meter. And more importantly, when you take fall damage, you take a lot less, which is really nice because you do a lot of falling in this run. So yeah, I would say definitely get these two, equip these in slot 2 and 3, and then put slot 1, do the one that you're going to replace, because if you're doing this route, you'll eventually change these to the item rune, which will happen later on, where you'll come here and you'll get the Laurence rune, which turns you into a beast, which also helps with the beasthood stuff, and then you can swap this one out as well. So yeah, equip the runes. And then we're going to go actually straight to the DLC from there, because we already have enough pellets and stuff. So you already have the lamp, and just go here. Hey Dad, good morning. And then I split. Wait, I saved time? Uh-oh. How did I save time? Oh, I know. Never mind. I know what this is. This is because everything's like switched around. Go ahead and do my fire paper. Get your elixirs ready. I shouldn't need a save file. I gotta keep in mind where I want to make a save file for this section. And you can go and pop your elixir about here. You kind of do a wonky jump up the side of this ledge. Just hit it about right here and jump straight up. And this will get you the beast cutter. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff to pick up here. It's kind of annoying, actually. It's easy to forget stuff. Like I said, I used a pretty extensive notes for this run for a long time. But I've just done it so much now that I usually don't forget anything. I go ahead and pull up my torch as well, because you're going to run through a dark area pretty soon. You'll need your elixir still on for coming up, running past some mobs. You're going here to get the eye pendant, which gives you access to the elevator and ultimately Laurence's skull, all that stuff. So just come back this way. I'm not really doing any stamina management right now. If this guy, okay, see where that guy is right now? He's in a good spot. If he's like way back here, or he's on the side of the door, it actually can get a little bit scary. Because if you quit out and you come back in, that door is going to be closed and he's going to be behind it and it's just going to be awkward. So don't quit out as much as you may want to if he's in a weird spot. And you just need to kind of haul ass past him. This is what I was talking about earlier when I was like, if you're just learning a run, you can actually pick up things and it's really easy to clean that up later as far as like pulling, like getting them out of the run, I guess. So there's 6 vials. You shouldn't really need them, but you can pick them up. And like I said, if you want to eventually get to the point where you don't use them anymore, it's really easy to skip them and then you just save free time. So, okay, make sure your stamina is up high enough to where you can get about right here and pop your elixir. And you can just slip like right past most of these guys. Kill that one. And go ahead and get your pellet ready. Gonna jump right there. Fuck these guys. And I'm gonna make a save file actually. Yeah, this will be my save file here, I think. Because all I've done so far isn't that bad. This is where it gets tricky, though. This is where it gets really tricky. Okay, so with our current stats and with the stamina rune, we're actually able to backstab this dude twice, visceral him, and then do another charged R2. It doesn't count as a backstab because he dies from it, but it would normally be a backstab. So we're gonna make a save file. But yeah, when you come back in, my stats are 44 strength, 25 skill. So we're just gonna backstab into a second backstab, which sounds like okay. That's not allowed, right? But yeah, you can actually do it on a lot of NPCs. I do it on Evelyn. Is it Evelyn? What's her name? The fuck is her name? The old girl. Eileen. You do it to Eileen later too. You can like triple backstab her. But yeah, that's like the essence of a lot of NPC fights. Is doing a bunch of backstabs. It does a fuck ton of damage. It builds up your meter. It's just really good. Okay, so careful when you come in. If you quit out right behind him, you'll be fine to just like, you can see you can kind of walk around like this and you don't aggro him. If you start moving faster than that though, you will aggro. So there's kind of a reflection in the blood right there. I guess you could line up like there's these rocks here, like the little rocks down below, kind of like on the far side of them, like closer to me. And then it's hard to describe, but basically I just get about right here essentially. And you want to make sure you're lined up perfectly behind him, otherwise these backstabs won't work. So pop this, backstab him, don't lock on, and just backstab the same direction. And now lock on for the visceral. And then I unlock again, immediately queue up an R2, and finish him off. That is not easy, I promise you. I've just practiced it a lot. I still mess it up on occasion. If you mess it up, your best bet is probably just to quit out and reset him, honestly. But keep in mind he's about right here when he spawns, so make sure when you quit out you're somewhere over this direction. You don't want to be too close. But yeah, roughly right here I would say is about where I backstab him. It's hard to give you a lineup because like you have blood everywhere and there's some rocks. It's just, there's just a lot going on the ground. But yeah, about that far away. Don't lock on. R2 into another R2 straight ahead again. Lock on for the visceral and then do a charged R2 when he's standing back up. And like I said, that's way harder than it looks. But you want to get him consistent if you can, because if you fight him legit, you're gonna lose. I promise you, you're gonna die about, I would say you're gonna die about 70% of the time, unless you're just really good at this game. He's really fucking hard. Alright, so that's that. I'm just gonna show, I mean the fight went well. That's what you want to happen. If you get a bad opener and you have to fight him legit, quit out or fight him legit and die. Like, I'm not gonna show you how to fight him legit because I don't even fight him that well. He's just hard. The reason I quit out here at the end of my stamina bar is so I can actually pop an elixir here. I'm playing like since I'm kind of doing a peachy version of this run. The reason why, because I get to the end of my stamina bar and then I pop my elixir, and that's just to run through all this shit. And while you're running through, go ahead and get your pellet again ready, and we'll hang left here. Here's another weapon we need to pick up, so hang left here, pick this up, and get out as soon as possible, because obviously those explode. And since we popped our elixir, we're going to need to quit out here. The reason is, if you have an elixir popped that lasts, I think they're 30 seconds. While that's going, you can't pop a pellet. And while your pellet's going, you can't pop an elixir. They share like the same globals or whatever. Now this guy, I'm not gonna make a save file for. He's just an R1 spam. You want to kind of R1 him as he's rolling though, to get him in a loop. If you can get him in a corner, like kind of behind exactly where he is, and just like every time he rolls, you just hit him. He rolls, hit him. He rolls, hit him. It's basically gonna look like this. Like your hunter should be doing the same exact overhead R1 every time with the timing of it. You should never be doing this really, because if you spam R1, he's probably just gonna roll it and iframe it. So make sure your pellets pop. You can go ahead and do fire paper. And let's see if we can get this. See how I'm hitting him as he's rolling though? He got away from me, but if you can, try and get him up in the corner. There's 3 beast blood pellets there, which are actually kind of nice for this run. Here, get your stamina up a bit. And then run through. I'm gonna go to the left side and then to the right. Okay. I haven't been doing that very long, and it's actually really scary. I don't know the best path to take, as evidenced by what just happened. But find the best path. I'm still experimenting with it. I saw Khan do it, and I was like, oh cool, that's a lot faster than running up the bridge area. But now I'm poisoned like an idiot. You can kind of pop your elixir on this slope here. Saves a little time. Yeah, definitely a part that's new to me, so I'm still learning that. And definitely heal to full here. Oh, I'm not completely full, but close enough. Okay, build your stamina up right here around this corner. If you get to a ladder and you start climbing it with low stamina, you see how every time I get hit, I take stamina damage, essentially, you could call it? Like I just lose stamina. If you get to 0 stamina on a ladder, your character falls off. So just keep that in mind. You want your stamina kind of high for parts like that. Because that one mob can actually hit you like 2, sometimes 3 times. And if the damage itself doesn't actually kill your character, if your stamina is too low starting off, you'll just fall off the ladder anyway. So get this lamp, roll off here. We're gonna need our elixir. Mainly, like the only thing this elixir's for is this one mob guarding the beast hunter scythe. Yeah, outside of that, you don't really need it for this part. So pop it maybe about right here. Get your bold hunter mark ready. Pick up the soul or the big soul. And your elixir should last plenty long here. I like to jump off like right here, and then it'll automatically roll me and just sprint towards the scythe, and as soon as you pick it up, mark out. You have a little bit of leeway with the elixir lasting, but if that dude aggroes to you, like you take too long, he's really hard. Okay, so we mark back to the lamp we just got, and we go straight to Ludwig. I'm gonna make a save file for Ludwig. Let's see, let's go and get our pellet ready. I'll show... Okay, with these stats, you're set up for the optimal, like the fastest fight for him. I'll show that first. After I show that strat, then I'll go for the slightly easier strat, which is, like I said, it's kind of awkward though to go for the other strat with these stats though. It just doesn't quite work out. But we'll do it anyway. Alright, so let's make a Ludwig save file. And while this is copying, I'm actually gonna get some water. My throat's crying right now already. Too much talking. I'll be right back. Alright. Got some water and some cough drops. Oh my god, I love these things. Hey Sod. Yeah, feel free to ask questions if any of you guys have anything that I'm gonna try and cover everything I can think of, but like if there's, for example, something about Ludwig you don't understand, I'll try and answer it, but otherwise I'm just gonna be rambling on about what I can think of. Okay, so here we're going for the optimal strat with 40. If you have like 43 or 44 strength and then the 25 skill. Basically how this works though is when we get into the arena, we're gonna pop, after we've done the load screen, after we trigger the boss fight, then we're gonna pop our pellet. And I see a lot of people roll into him instead of lock on. I still lock on. It might be a timing thing, but I lock on, dash, unlock. And then I do pretty much the L1 like that for the stagger. And you're gonna go up to his head and kind of wait a little bit extra for the strat and do 3 R1s on his head. And then have your fire paper ready. And like after you do that third hit for the stagger, pop your fire paper immediately. And you're gonna go to his back right leg, R1, L1, L1, and then queue up a charged R2. And you remember how we were doing Parl, where we get like, we're doing the strongest hit we can do. And then Ludwig's gonna pull away like Parl did, and we're gonna get a counter hit on him. And what we're doing there is, it's like Miko, I guess you could say. Whenever you get him to half health, he transitions to phase 2. Same thing here. So we're gonna like do that 50% threshold damage, but we're gonna hit him really hard. That way his health is so low in phase 2, he goes for his other charge slam immediately, so we can just run up to him. We do like a running R1 into another R1. He knocks us down, and then we do like 4 R1s to finish or something, maybe 5. Okay, so have your weapon tricked, get your pellet, go ahead and go into the arena. Skip this cutscene, pop this, switch to your fire paper. Dash, L1, L1. Wait for just a second. And then do your fire paper. And we did that a little early because we didn't get the counter hit. Kind of a bad position. I'll do this again though. This is kind of like, this phase 2 is kind of like, you can hold up. If you look straight up right there, by the way, and just do an R1, you actually hit his head. It doesn't seem like you should be able to. But yeah, you can get that extra, especially if he only has like a sliver of health left. That's going to be the fastest way to finish him off at that point after the visceral. Look straight up as high as you can with your right stick, and just swing. You might not even need to look up really, but I'll show that strat again if I can get it. Yeah, I was saying, if you remember back on Parl, it's like the same idea. You want him to be like pulling away so you get that counter hit damage. And you'll see the difference. Like if you saw the transition health then versus if I actually get this strat now, it's gonna be like, holy shit. So much better. I popped my pellet early there for some reason, by the way. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, I did it early. I was in a bad spot, I think. We'll get it eventually. And again, this is like me trying to show the best strat that I've seen that I'll admit I'm obviously not great at it. But even if you don't do this strat, you don't lose that much time. I think this one might be like I would guess about 4 or 5 second time save, which is huge for a boss fight. But in the grand scheme of things, if you're just learning the run, it's like, okay, whatever, we'll just go for an easy strat. Well, let's try that again. I don't know why I popped my pellet before I even got in the fight. This whole save file thing sometimes makes me do weird shit. Okay, so yeah, trigger the fight. Pop this, go ahead and swap to your fire paper. That, I was in a horrible spot. I think I was actually hitting his other leg somehow. That's special. That's probably the hardest thing for me, is like finding exactly where to stand after the fire paper pop. I'm gonna get it successfully one time, the good strat. After I get it that successfully, I'll show the easier strat a bunch. I would say like learning this game, learn the best strats, like know how to do them, but don't necessarily do them in the runs, because the best strats are almost always going to be a bit harder than the other ones. Are my stats too high? What's going on there? I think I'm just in a bad position. This is strange. I'm like knocking the shit out of this boss. Well, I'll try again. I really want to get this. I like practiced the strat just enough to be able to pull it off, and then I did a run and got a decent PB, and then I said fuck it. Well, just for all bosses. Like I don't think I'd really do this strat in this run because of how inconsistent I am with it. But just knowing how to do it is good. If I can get it. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, did you see how much damage? Like, look at his health. Look at his health from the transition. He's gonna immediately do a charged attack. So we do a running R1 into another R1. He knocks us down. We stand up and we do like 4 attacks or 5. 4 attacks. See, that is it. That's exactly it. Finally, we got the good strat. Okay, so I'm gonna show the fight again, the easy version. While he's dying, come over this way, and Ludwig's head's either going to spawn here, or it's going to spawn about here, I think. When you see it, immediately R1 it, and then run over here, and the lamp should be spawning, and grab the lamp. While you're grabbing the lamp, he actually has time to fully die, and then you can pick up the Holy Moonlight Sword, which is required for this run. Okay, so that's the finishing, but let's do this fight now, and I'm gonna do the easier strat. So we finally got it. Like I said, I'm not really great at that good strat, but It's just kind of hard. It's really precise. But the easy strat is like same opener, the L1 L1 with the dash, but then you kind of like move into his body a bit more for his front left leg, and you like hit his head and then hit his leg twice. And I don't know if it's actually technically doing head damage for it. No, it's not, because you can stagger his head afterwards. So I'm just gonna talk through it as I do it, I guess. So same thing, trigger the fight, pop the pellet, lock on, and then we kind of move into his body and hit his leg like this, and then I do an R1 L1 like so, and then I do like R1 L1 L1. I didn't even pop my fire paper, I just realized, but and then you just kind of R1 him down. I mean, like this is the thing about why that other strat I did, the one that's much harder. That's why that strat's so good. If you can get it consistent, you have to deal with RNG in his phase 2 if you don't get it, like I just did. Like I had to actually time out dodges and stuff or walk around him. Whereas if you get the other strat, he's so low health that he does that charge attack every time. So you run in R1 R1, he knocks you down, and then you just do like 4 attacks to finish him. So this peachy strat is you have to deal with his phase 2 RNG a bit more, which can be a little scary, but then again, it's not too bad just to dodge through an attack, because you'll be able to stagger him within a few hits anyway. And you just never know he's going to open up. It's almost like Laurence. Laurence is like to the point now where he doesn't even get to his last phase. We just stun lock him to death. Same principle here. Just stun him out so he can't do anything RNG wise. Because like you have your consistent easy fights like Paro and Amelia and Debbie and all that, but this one's one that is consistent. It's just really fucking hard to execute it well. Laurence is somewhere in between all that. Laurence is like maybe a tier 2 difficulty for execution, but it's perfectly consistent as well. This one I would put as like a tier 3 difficulty for me, for the good strat. You see how he opened up with an easy attack there? And now he's just dead. Like, yeah, that's the RNG you have to deal with. It's like sometimes it's free, sometimes he opens up and you actually have to dodge. So yeah, we run over and we hit the head, get the lamp, let this spawn, and get the moonlight sword. I'm gonna stop there for Ludwig, but we'll move on to the rest of the DLC. Yeah, hopefully that was enough to cover those 2 strats. Alright, here you can kind of run perfectly straight toward Amelia, and when she shoots, just juke right just a little bit, touch this lamp or this elevator, start spamming options. Now this is a part of the run where if you were doing all bosses category, you would backstep right here to trigger the elevator to push it down. And that sets up something for later for the skull pickup. But for this run, you don't do any of that. You don't get the lamp, you don't touch the elevator. All you do is just use an elixir and you run through here. It's actually pretty cozy. And as you're running through here, once your stamina starts building up and you start sprinting again, pull up your quit out menu and go all the way up here and quit out. You can actually slip past those mobs. It's relatively consistent, but not perfectly consistent. So I would just say quit out, and when you come back in, you're gonna be able to just weave through them, get to the ladder as fast as possible, and then the faster you do this, the less likely the mob upstairs is going to hit you or not. So just get up here really fast. And this guy's really scary. But your best bet is just to haul ass, like straight through here. I pop another, you get a buttload of elixirs in this run. Just pop them like Tic Tacs. Pop it before the door. Let them get up just a little ways. You can lock onto this dude and shoot him. Sometimes you can just sneak past him. It really depends on how far up the stairs those mobs get, because you can see he actually shoots them if he can't see you. So if they're like really low on the stairs, you're fine to just run through because you have the elixir up and that he doesn't even see them really. But your safest bet is just to shoot him anyway. It only takes like a second or so. This is what I like to call the rat skip. If I can actually get it, you jump off about right here. I didn't get it. It's fine. Just basically get this lever as fast as possible. Okay, now here, I'm gonna let this elevator go up just a little bit. I'm gonna roll backwards. You can see how much damage we took there. It wasn't a lot because we have our beast rune. Like, look how much health we're losing here. It's like probably half of what we normally lose. It's really nice. Okay, so that part is essentially just you pull the lever, this thing starts moving, and you just traverse it downwards as fast as you can. I'm gonna make a save file for failures because I could probably show them a couple times. They're not too bad. They're kind of up there with to me this fight's almost like Ludwig. I'm not Ludwig, Logarius. They're not the same fight at all, but in terms of usually it's really fucking easy, but sometimes it can get really scary. If like the one across the way just starts spamming arcane balls at you, like you just lose so much time so easily, and there's not really anything you can do about it. You can't tank the hits. If you tank the hits, you're just gonna eventually die, you know? So you gotta kind of like misdirect his shot and then go in for damage on the other one. But the essence of this fight is like build up your meter fast and then start just farming one of the aliens. Or one of the failures. If you farm him fast enough, like you'll never get another one to spawn. It'll just be those two main ones up front. Because you have the two in the front that are casters and the two in the back that don't cast spells, that are more aggressive and melee. So what we're going to do is enter the arena and we're going to immediately pop. You can actually not pop your paper here and just wait until you get it. Like, you know, I was saying on like shadows and stuff, when you have 0 stamina, you can like use that time to heal. You can also use that time to pop paper then for extra time save. What we're going to do is pop both. Lock on if he opens an attack. He's not opening an attack, so we're just going to kill him. I'm going to heal while my stamina's low. Okay, so I'm going to kind of like sidestep that. And kind of move over to the right to push it that way, and that frees me up to hit this dude without getting touched by it. And now he's in a good spot where we're not going to get hit by it anyway, because he can hit that middle section. Okay, so here, after they die, this is like the one part. How many times can you do this exploit? I can't think of any other ones. There might be another one somewhere in the run. Basically what I'm doing right now is you kill the boss fast enough to where your beast blood pellet's still going. And when you quit out and you come back in, your pellet itself will no longer be active, but your beast meter will still be going, and it'll be slowly trickling down. So you have like full beast meter pretty much here. You can see, but you can also see on my quick bar, I can still pop my beast blood pellet. So we have all the damage increase from it. And that way when I pop my pellet now, it's gonna start my pellet, my meter where it is from the fight. So I'll have like a free half meter from the get-go. So I'll have like maybe the 4th tier of damage automatically. So basically we're just doing a fuck ton of damage on Maria without having to build up anything on her. And this fight's pretty much just all like I mean, you're going through doing R1s, R1, L1, and that's, the L1s are mostly for the posture stagger or whatever. But the thing is, in all bosses, you would have your stamina be at like 90 instead of 104 because we have this rune, the 15% stamina rune. So you could actually safely on this fight, you could do R1, L1, L1, and then the third L1. In all bosses, though, you just do R1, L1, L1, and kind of deal with what she does, do it again, whatever she's gonna do, and they do like 1 or 2 R1s, and she transitions. You get 5 R1s on her, and you back up, get a couple R1s, she backs up again, transitions to the last phase, and you just finish her off with like 5 attacks. This is a little bit different though, because we do have the extra stamina to play with. That's the essence of it though. So just safely do like R1, L1, L1. And just keep doing that. Like do it twice. And then do like R1, build up your stamina, R1. Make sure you're at full stamina and then do like 5 R1s on her. She explodes, get out of there. Hit her like once or twice. Get full stamina again. And then finish her off for the last transition before she explodes again. And with these stats, it's pretty easy. I'll do everything again though. I'm at failures right now, so we'll just do it all. And there's potential for a lot of things to happen on pretty much all the DLC bosses really. I don't think there's any one boss here that's like perfectly consistent outside of like, well, I'll say that with the newer strats, like Laurence is perfectly consistent. Ludwig, as you can see, is consistent, but his hard strat is exactly that. It's hard to get right. Maria's not consistent really. Her first phase isn't consistent, but most of the time it goes okay. And failures is just one of those where it's if he just arcane spams you, then what are you gonna do? You just waste a lot of time. And then Orphan, if you do the cheese, it's consistent, but that's all up to you if you want to cheese him or not. Hey kid. Alright, so we get this, the parry, we do 3 L1s, he dies. You can see if we kill this fast enough, like, that other failure doesn't spawn for a bit. He should spawn maybe now? Yeah. And now just keep an eye on him while you're killing this one. Maybe kind of bait his attack over if you can. So he's in a perfect spot. And here's something else. So like that fight went really well. And I'm just gonna like jump, and as I'm jumping, go ahead and quit out. That way I'm still moving forward, but I'm using my hands to pull up the quit out menu. Keep an eye, since you pop your paper first, keep an eye on that. If your paper falls off while you're going to, or you're about to quit out, like go ahead and quit out then, as long as you have the echoes from the fight. Because if your paper falls off, that means your pellet's gonna fall off shortly after. The whole reason for this quit out is to keep your beast meter. If your beast meter's gone, there's no point in quitting out anymore. Alright, so we're gonna go for, I'm actually gonna go for R1, L1, L1. Just the 2 L1s, just for the sake of simplicity. So you want to go for roughly 7 or 8 hits total, I think, with these stats. So trigger the fight. We got about half our meter left. Trigger the fight. Pop your pellet. Lock onto her. And then R1, L1, L1. Okay, she's being a dick. R1, okay. R1, L1. Okay, Mother of God. That is I'm actually glad that happened. You can just see how easy it is for that fight to go shit. Like every other attack I was doing, she dashed backwards, and then yeah. If you're trying to go fast, it makes it insanely hard. If you're like fighting her casually and she's doing that, it doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, she did like everything awkward there. It's insanely easy to die to her. I mean, if you're doing extra peachiness, then maybe you can have a bit more bit for this point. but even then, like, your meter, like I said, with the quit out for failures, your meter is going to be at half already. So you're going to be taking, like, close to maybe, I don't know, 30-40% more damage from the get-go, which could go even higher. This is that weird RNG I was talking about. Like, I'm constantly having to move out of the way. Because of this, I might not have enough meter. This might be too slow. We'll see, though. Okay, we barely got it. I think I just watched my paper fall off. And then I waited for the echoes and I quit out, and I still saw the meter on the screen, so we should be okay. But like I said, if shit hits the fan like that, you see how tight it is. Like, I think it was like maybe half a second from falling off. Maybe not even that long. Let's see if we still kept it though. If you don't keep it, it's not the end of the world. It's just, it's really helpful to have that extra damage for Maria. But again, keep in mind, you're not only doing, like, look at my damage, 765. But keep in mind, you're not only doing more damage, you're taking more damage as well. So you can see it falls down to 717. It just slowly trickles its way down. Go pop your pellet immediately, lock on, let's see if she's gonna be a dick this time. Alright, R1, L1, oh. I don't know what the fuck she's doing today, man. She's annoying the hell out of me though. Try and get 5 R1s. Oh my goodness. You know what, bitch? Let's go. Fuck this girl. I'm about sick of her shit today. Yeah, eat my ass. Anyway, good God. I don't know why she's being like that. I'm gonna show it one more time though. Jesus Christ. Being such a cunt. I mentioned this in the all bosses tutorial, but especially DLC bosses, I would practice them on low level characters if you can, like a BL4 character, with maybe without buffs even. You wanna be really familiar with all their phases and attacks, because as evidenced by Maria, things can happen where they're not gonna just simply stun lock the boss. She's actually gonna be able to do some things on occasion, and if you don't know her moveset, you're probably gonna die to a lot of that stuff, you know? So get familiar with those bosses. I put a strong emphasis on DLC because, I mean, DLC bosses in general are just like way more health and generally harder than a lot of other stuff. I mean, Chalice bosses, some of those get pretty rough, but no. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is pretty much the fight though, normally. Just farm these fuckers. BL4, it's basically this as well, it's just you go over to the left one instead of this one. Okay, so watch your paper. Since that fight took a little bit longer, make sure it's not going to fall off. Again, when you're marking out and when you're quitting out after bosses, make sure you have your echoes before it happens. Otherwise the boss doesn't die. Alright, let's try Maria. Maybe she'll be nice this time. Maybe I can have a perfect fight on her. Yeah, definitely come in here with like a +0 weapon and just like practice punishing her with backstabs and parries and stuff if you can. Just to know how to do it. Alright, so get up to her as fast as you can. Spam X, spam options, skip it. Pop your pelt immediately after the fight triggers. Lock onto her. Get ready to dash if you need to. R1, L1. Okay, she's doing that again. R1, L1, L1. R1, L1. Get ready with your stamina. Make sure you have enough for 5 attacks. Walk backwards. Try and get 1 or 2 R1s. Yeah. Something like that. It wasn't perfect, but then again, we have our insight's a little bit different from like all bosses. It'd usually be lower at this point. So that's gonna affect things. Okay, so we pick up this clock thing. It was like a sundial, yeah. So you pick up the sundial, come up here, you trigger this shit, like come up here and do that. After that's, while that's happening, immediately come back this way and hit this lamp and get your blue elixirs ready. We need that lamp to mark back to in just a second. So you, since this is all trophies, when we backtrack a bit here, I usually go through 2 stamina bars before I pop the elixir though. We'll go back this way. We're gonna go get the lock shield and we're gonna go get the key for later. I pop my elixir at the end of my stamina bar. You can kind of fall off like pretty much right here at this little corner of this thing and you're safely in the middle of the stairs. Get your bold hunter marks ready. Pick up the lock shield. And just hold sprint the whole way. And as soon as you get this key, just like start pulling up the stuff to mark out, and then just go towards that wall. With the elixir up, you're fine. He doesn't really aggro, but just in case, you have a little bit of time to move around while you're trying to pull up your mark. So, and then that's where I would split, right when I was marking out there. All right, I'm gonna make a save file for the sharks, cause you know, if anybody's ever fought these guys before. It can be pretty fucking hard. The key here is to get parries or backstabs into dash L1s or charged R2 L1s. And it kind of like staggers the boss and gives you enough time to do it again and again and again. Okay, for the sake of... let's actually just... Let's just quit out and save right here. I'm not gonna get the lamp. There's no point if I'm saving. But yeah, in a run, there's like 0 reason not to get that lamp. Because when, I'm not going to say if, when you die to the sharks, which is going to happen a lot, unless you're just really practiced up on them, you can just come back to this lamp. And you, I mean, you lose probably, I don't know, let's say a minute. It's a lot of time, but I mean, you can still get a good run going. I've had plenty of PBs with deaths to sharks, sometimes once, twice. So yeah, we'll save here. But yeah, the essence of this fight is like, I'm gonna either open up with a parry, or I'm gonna open up with a backstab, and then I'm gonna punish that until he's just dead. And then when that one's dead, like that's about when the second shark actually gets to me. And you just do the same thing, because the second shark is really low health compared to the first one. And by that time you should have a little bit of meter built up. And I'll try and show this fight a few times. Especially just how well you handle the first shark. Like that's the fight. So I like to pop pellet about here. You can use paper if you want. I didn't get the ladder cancel work there. Okay, so we dash L1, get behind him immediately, queue up a backstab, into an L1, let our stamina get about half, backstab L1, and then we can just R1 finish. I'm gonna go ahead and heal up, waiting for this shard. Okay, that was sloppy on the second one, but the first one was fine. That's pretty much it though. Like, that's the fight. This first shark, just like getting a parry off or like running around him like really tight like this, and then just going for a backstab. The important thing though is you can't just backstab him. You have to have enough stamina to backstab into an L1. You see how that it like staggered his character, and then you're able to wait a bit and do another backstab L1, and that's like the cycle. Once you get the opener, it's just do this again, build up your stamina. And then you can even like backstab into a visceral for the finish if you want. And so you kill him as fast as possible, and then this one comes and you just like, I don't know, 4 or 5 shot him. It's not too bad. You can also get a backstab on him, but I might as well show that again though. It doesn't always go that smoothly. That wasn't even that great. It's pretty slow, but it worked. But yeah, that's the fight. Just deal with the first shark well. But fortunately, after this fight, you get kind of a break if you know how to, like, learning how to cheese Orphan is hard. It's really hard. It took me like a few hours to get decent at it when I was originally learning it. But once you, and again, it's another thing, it's like, it's hard to learn, but the consistency it gives you is incredible. Because fighting Orphan legit versus cheesing him is like a world of difference in terms of like stress. So yeah, belt paper is not really necessary here. And like, kill this guy. Try and get a ladder cancel warp there if you can, but as you can see, it's not that easy. See, we fucked up the parry, but I mean, we're still able to punish this guy easy. And this is like the perfect fight, pretty much, outside of the opener. Like, you see how I was positioned about here, and that kind of encouraged that shark to Superman me? So since I was positioned here, he like Supermans, and we just kind of walk over here. I backstab L1 and to another L1, and he just dies because his health so low. I'm just gonna leave it at that. That's pretty much the fight you want. Just practice parrying that first shark a lot. Either parry him or learn how to run around him and backstab. I don't have time to just show you how to punish everything. And to be honest, I don't know how to punish every single attack. I just usually go for the parries. Now you want to get your knives ready. These are the 8 knives we picked up from the Forbidden Woods when we got the cannon. Okay, since we talked to Simon earlier, now we can come here and we can smack this dude. And he gives us what we need. You know, the bow blade and the key. Okay, so if you're doing Orphan, there's two sort of things to do if you want the shortcut. You'll first need to get this lamp. Grab it now, because if you grab it later, it's a little bit slower. So you can grab that lamp if you want. And then you come here, and I guess, should we make a save file? Yeah, I'll make a save file for this part. Why not? This is the fishing Hamlet skip. There's a couple of versions of it. I'm going to show you the quit out version though. This skip is scary, really scary. It's not that hard. It's just your window is small to do it successfully. If you quit out early or quit out too early, then you just have to do it again. Not a big deal. If you quit out too late, you die. So very big difference in those two. It's a very small time frame between too late and too early though. You can kind of listen, like make sure your volume's on pretty decent so you can hear it. You can kind of listen for the thud of your character hitting the floor or hitting the ground. You can watch your character hit the ground, and it's like almost like when they hit, you just like They hit and boom, like just right after you want to pretty much do the quit out. Like it's a very small window. Like I said, if you wait too long, you come back in after the quit out and you just die. So you gotta. And then also you'll notice like when you trigger death cam in this game, like your character is kind of separated from the rest of the screen. I don't really know how to describe it, but it's just like, just trigger a death cam and you'll see what I'm talking about. That's basically what you're looking for. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're actually gonna run off into this little cliff here, about here. And as soon as we run off, we're gonna pull up our quit out menu. And I kind of delicately dropped there. I didn't even hear it that well. I might need to turn up my volume a bit more, but I was mostly watching for the visual cue of me landing. I don't know if that worked, quite honestly. It's hard to tell sometimes. It depends on like where you hit on the ground. Sometimes it's just easier to tell. So that did actually work. I'm gonna show this skip and orphan back to back a few times, so I'll be back here. As far as this goes, you can't, this might actually kill me going backwards here. I don't really go this way. So like this is about where we landed. You can run and jump up right there if you want to get into the ready for the clipping through the wall. What I usually do is just like run like here and just kind of run up like that. Look at my hat. There's a line on the wall above me, like on the rocks. You can see just like perfectly in the middle of my hat, pretty much just that line. Kind of like get even with it and run a little bit to the left of it and then roll out like that. And that'll be the clip through the wall. And then as far as the rest of that shortcut I was talking about, you can do this. You don't need this at all, but you're just waiting for the elevator to get down, so you might as well grab it if you want. And then you'll have to touch the elevator and go all the way up and get the gate, otherwise the shortcut won't work. Because you've already got the lamp, so. If you're cheesing Orphan, like, practice the cheese a lot till you get consistent, because it's perfectly consistent once you figure it out. And you probably won't need the shortcut. If you're fighting Orphan legit, maybe consider getting the shortcut, depending on what your time is. But yeah, I'll show the skip and Orphan a few times. Fire paper is actually better for this guy. So I'm gonna pop fire paper, I'm gonna trigger the cutscene. He's got one of two openers. The one of them you have to run around in backstab, one of them is really free though. This one, the jump opener, is free. Lock onto him immediately and do R1, L1 and just back up. Get the parry, knife, and do 5 R1s. Back up, parry, knife. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The timing on this is actually not that easy, but especially with my stamina bar the way it is. If I had my stamina bar normally, I'd just show you something else, but you just pretty much have to get the timing of that punish right there, and then you knife immediately after every parry. Something like that. I kind of fucked up the very end of it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like he does one opener, you kind of like wrap around tightly, go about 270 degrees around, and maybe almost the full 360 even. Close to it, and then you punish with the backstab combo. Or a backstab into knife, since we're cheesing him. But the jump opener, which he gave us just now, is the easiest one to punish by far. The other one, it's easy to get clipped on. If you get clipped while you're going for the backstab, it interrupts your attack, and then the fight gets really messy. You can still save it as long as you can get another backstab or parry or something. But all right, so we'll do the skip again. I'm gonna run off, and we're gonna do a quit out and watch my screen. It's really kind of hard to see sometimes, the sort of separation that happens. It's really subtle, but I really have to pee too. I'll be right back. That should have worked though. It felt good. Let me just get this going first. Okay. We speedrun, yeah. Alright, so yeah, that skip worked. You really, just like anything, just practice it until you kind of get it. If you don't get the run up like I just fucked up, you can kind of roll up it like that as well. Make sure you kind of line up at that spot. This is like the more peachy version of how to do that slowly. You can just kind of whip your character into it as well. And we're gonna use fire paper. Like I said, it's actually better for Orphan than Bolt is. So yeah, get the backstab opener and immediately lock on and do the knife. You see how he ran like almost all the way around him for that opener? Like those are the two openers right there that he just showed us, the jump one and that. And something else is like, you see how on the fourth hit he kind of staggers backwards, and then after the fourth hit we hit him one more time? Like that's the perfect indicator. He goes, oh! And then you hit him one more time, and then you do the parry. But yeah, this rotation is pretty much exactly what you want to do. Alright, and then after he dies, we will... Oh, I'm gonna show legit Orphan 2 without the cheese. I don't think I think in my last guide I showed legit and didn't show cheese. This one I'm showing cheese, so I'll show legit after. And we can show the skip again. I don't know, the skip's kind of weird to talk about, but yeah, I would say the best cues are just listen closely, have your volume up high, and just watch when your character hits, and just like, it's almost like doing the nightmare phase cancel for Wet Nurse. It's just like just after you see it, just boom. It's actually even faster than that though. If you do it too early, then you'll just come back up here though. So yeah, just like you hear your character hit the side, and then you hear your character hit the bottom. It's like doosh doosh. Like listen for those two on the second one, just like right after quit out. Yeah, like I said, you can, these are audio cue, visual, and 2 visual cues. You just like use all of them at the same time. Just make sure you get it. Alright, so now we're gonna do Orphan legit. Again, we're gonna use fire paper because it's the best for this guy. So let's take off our knives. And almost always you want to pop your paper first in these fights, and then pop your pellet, so your pellet lasts a bit longer, because it's more important than your fires or your paper is going to be. And now same 2 openers. And now this time, no knives, we're going to follow up a backstab with another charge dart too. Get behind him. And this is a fight where, just like I was saying about all the DLC bosses, like kind of practice how to punish some of these attacks. As I can't teach you how to punish these. You're just gonna have to practice. Now this part here, you can actually get multiple backstabs on him, and then just visceral him for kind of the finish. He might have a little health left. Yeah, and that's pretty much like a near perfect Orphan fight without the cheese. I'm not going to go into too much detail. I'm not going to practice him a bunch or anything, but yeah, that's all bosses, trophy run, whatever you're doing, starting off 110% fucking cheese this guy, because he's stupid hard. Like if he's one of those, like, his phase 1 is manageable for most anybody, I feel like, but phase 2, if he gets to phase 2 and he's actually doing shit, like, you're gonna get wrecked. He's hard. He's really, really hard. Not many people know how to punish this phase 2 that well. So yeah, just learn how to cheese him. You know, like I said, like, learn the hardest strats, like, learn how to fight him legit. Learn how to do really hard skips. But don't necessarily do those hard skips or fight him legit. Those kind of things. Like, learn how to do it all, but be smart about your decisions of actually doing that in a particular run. Hey, Helsing. Alright, so now we're going to get a bit more stats. And the reason is we're going to the underground corpse pile, which there's an NPC there that hits like a truck. So you go one-shot old girl, you come here, and we have damage stats, that's fine. So now we're just gonna pump some into Vit. And I'm gonna get 13 endurance is as much as you need for this run with the stamina rune. That's all I get. I think Khan got 15 and Silico didn't even get the stamina rune. He got like 27, 28 Vit or endurance or something like that. But the main reason you even want this is, one, it helps a little bit with like a time save of just a bit less stamina management sometime. Like your stamina bar is that much higher, so all the running around, sometimes it can shave off some time. But most importantly is like fights like the watchdog, the defiled watchdog, you need enough stamina to do like a really big opener, and then it's just really helpful in general for other fights. But that's probably the key one that it's really important for. So at least get 13 endurance if you have the stamina rune. If you don't have a stamina rune, you're probably gonna need like 17 plus. But yeah, we get our endurance now. If you want, you can actually wait on that. You can probably just do more health. I'm gonna go ahead and get it now though, so I don't have to worry about it later. And then from this point on, all we're gonna be leveling up is Vit, get our strength to like 50, and then everything else is gonna go into skill. But yeah, you want a little extra health here because, like I said, this mob, this NPC coming up is fucking hits like a truck, and it's like, it's silly. So let's split that. You're gonna need to extend your cleaver. You kind of want the torch out to be able to see a little bit better. And then have you're gonna do fire paper and pellet on this guy. And also, once this mob dies here, you can get the Brador's testimony, the helmet or the hat, whatever. You can shoot this dude. I just go up and whack him, and I skip through his dialogue, and as soon as I can, I pop my fire paper and I pop my pellet while I'm waiting for the drop. And then extend your cleaver. And then we're gonna pick up Brador's testimony here. Now open this door and you go in just a little bit to aggro him, and you come back here and you do a double backstab with the extended cleaver. And he actually trolled us with his positioning there. You can kind of do it again here if he lets you. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I'm not going to go into much detail with that guy, except like I'm not going to show a bunch of fights of him in particular. The main thing is when you open this door, you have to go inside a little bit. Otherwise, if you just open the door and you straight up come over here and try and backstab him, he's not gonna take the hits. Like, you have to go inside a little bit to aggro him. And his positioning, he stands about like this, essentially. This isn't exact probably, but pretty much like this. And so when you're right here, you can see why it's backstabbing him. So you backstab him, he's stunned, and then you do a follow-up too. And then depending on the RNG, he's either gonna roll away like this and come after you, like so, or he might be still stuck over here, and you can immediately do another charged R2 combo if he lets you, which is really ideal. Usually after the second one though, he's almost certainly gonna be out, and I kind of use this gate to trap him again, and you can do kind of the same thing here. It's not a backstab, but you can just hit him through the gate. Once he's like in your face though, like if you get on the stairwell with this kid, like it gets super scary because he has really heavy attacks and he also shoots a gun. Yeah, just mess around with this, like open the door, walk in just a little bit, go up, queue up the R2s, get an opener, and just hope for the best after this point, and just try and trap him behind stuff as best you can. Hell, you could even maybe come back over here and try and trap him behind this door. I've never tried it. But yeah, good luck with that guy. He's fucking hard, but I can't show a bunch of fights of him because every single fight is different. So now here is why we didn't push the elevator back down originally. So what we're gonna do here is get our bolt hunter mark ready, immediately go for the lever and pull it, and watch to your left because you have both of these mobs to deal with. I kind of just hide because this is one of those times you just get to fuck around for a few seconds while waiting. So go ahead and pick up the skull. Here I like to kind of sprint and then try for the animation cancel. I didn't get it, I was too far forward. But if you do that just right, you can kind of get the animation cancel, and then you just want to bold hunter mark out. Hey BLT. You ever get into Chalice Dungeon adventuring? Not really outside of this run. I don't really like chalices. I did it for BL4 just to get some good gems, but I fucking can't stand Chalice Dungeons. Alright, so that's that section. It didn't look that bad, but that section, I've died so many fucking times to that NPC. Alright, now we go straight to Laurence since we already have the skull. I'm gonna make a save file for this guy. His strat, I'm only gonna show the best strat. Reason being is the best strat is actually better to me than the older strat. It's really consistent. The only issue you'll run into is if you're super peachy with these level ups, then maybe you won't have enough strength for it. Or if you're overkill and instead of 22 vit, maybe I had 50 strength right now and like 30 something skill, it's gonna kind of fuck the strat up as well. But I'll go ahead and make a save file and just show it over and over. I'm not gonna do the old Laurence strat though. And normally I would say don't stamina manage this section, but if you have increased stamina from the rune or extra endurance level ups, you might need to touch it a little bit. If you have just the 10 endurance, it's fine to just like run all the way up here. Once you get about this point, you want at least about half stamina, because all you need to do is just trigger this boulder here. And right here, if this was a live run, I would pop my paper right at this door. Another down point, another like downtime part in the run where you're just like waiting for something to happen. So just use that time wisely and pop your your paper. Sorry, I don't know why I keep mixing those up. Okay, so save file, and I'll show the Laurence strat a few times. And again, at the very end of this tutorial, I'll go over how save files work. I might need to break this into 3 parts, man. My throat is like crying again. Happened last night. It was so sore. This is probably how much normal people talk each day. I just can't do it, man. How do people talk so much? Mr. Blade, what's up, dude? Herbal tea. Oh, I actually have some green tea. Monka, You've had your voice go from some long streams over and over. You just gotten used to it. What do you do for it, BLT? Do you drink tea or something as well? Hot tea with honey. I have all of that. Yeah. Maybe I should do that after this stream. Or maybe before. I might potentially have to break it into 3 parts, so we got a lot more to cover. I mean, chalices are gonna take ages to go over. Okay, so like I said, okay, here's an example. You know when I was at this place earlier and I was behind this guy and I was like, if you quit out here, the door is gonna close. Exactly, like look at us. Now the door is closed. I actually don't know, like I guess it opens when you get close to it. I want to see this real fast. Since we have a save file. Yeah, so if you quit out, you just fuck yourself on losing a buttload of time. Look how long that door takes to open. And then you have to let him move out of the way. Like you'd probably lose about 15 seconds quitting out on this side of that door. So don't do that. So yeah, anyway, when you're coming up to this fight, as the door's opening, you want to go ahead and pop your bolt paper. I'm going to show this fight first and then I'll explain it. So sprint up here. I'm going to try and talk through it as best I can. Pop your pellet about the knee and just do R1, L1. Trick your weapon back. And you do 3 R1s and then 2 L1s. And that does like a nice little counter hit. Then hit his knee once, hit his arm for the stagger, and then open up on his leg a few times, let him slam, do a few hits here, go for the arm stagger on this side. And that's the fight. It's so fucking free, it's unreal. It might look crazy, but it's, I mean, it's, like I said, this is like Amelia tier consistent, so definitely learn it. It just looks crazier than it is. Yeah, all trophies is pretty crazy. It's like, it's a very reasonable platinum to get, but I mean, to do it efficiently, I guess, can be pretty pretty nuts. Breaking muscle memory is hard. Yeah, I get that. I initially learned it because, well, one, I wanted to learn, just be able to know how to do all the best strats back when I was doing all bosses again. And two, it just looked fucking badass. Like, I was watching Ivan do, I was like, that is beautiful. And I just love all the counter hit stuff that happens. So yeah, we'll try it again. I'll talk through it as best I can. So get up to the knee, pop your pellet, immediately do R1, L1, trick your weapon back. Be careful not to like do an extra attack. Then do 3 R1s, L1, L1. That does the counter hit. To walk up to his leg, don't sprint. R1, 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 2 L1s, smack his leg, smack his arm. Be careful you don't get the head stagger here, kind of move off to his side. Smack him a few times on the leg on the way around. Hit his arm. I messed up there. You see though, even if you mess up, it's like not a big deal because his health's so low he can't even do anything in the last phase. That's pretty much the essence of it. Like, you don't want an early head stagger. And the big thing is like, so okay, I walk in here, I get to his leg, and it's like when you're popping a pellet, it slows your character down, so use that speed as is, and then just do R1, L1. If you try and trick your weapon early, what's going to happen is you're going to R1, L1, and that trick is going to make you do another attack, which is going to fuck up the whole strat. So do R1, L1, you got plenty of time to wait, build up your stamina enough just to do 5 attacks. And by 5 attacks, I mean 3 R1s and then 2 L1s. You can see with our stamina, it's pretty much plenty. Like, we actually have some to spare. Well, just barely though. Because here's the thing, if my stamina is at 1 versus my stamina at 100, it doesn't matter. Like, you can do an attack. You know what I mean? That's why it's really nice whenever you're going for the double backstabs on things, if you let your stamina get right to about the left of that bar, or the left of the item bar, you can see I have like almost no stamina, but I still get the full attack. Even if an attack takes 40 stamina to use, all you need is 1 stamina to use it. That being said, your stamina does go into the negative, so you can actually see if I'm just doing R1s like this, like watch how fast my stamina comes back up from 0. You see that? Whereas if my last attack is a charged R2, watch how long my stamina takes. You see the difference? Like, you actually go into negative stamina. So we have plenty, especially with these stats, to do the 3 R1s into 2 L1s. Like, plenty. And so once we do that first opener, so we do the R1, L1, trick our weapon back, and do 3 R1s, and then L1, L1. You kind of want to clip his right leg as he's backing up. So that's building up meter, and that's getting a nice counter hit there. Walk up to him. Don't actually walk, but like just jog up to him. No sprint or anything. And as you're walking up to him, your stamina is building back up. Once you get to his right leg, then you do 3 R1s, and then do the L1, L1, and that last L1 is going to clip him when he backs up. You're going to go over, smack his leg on the left side, and then smack his arm for the arm stagger. And then you're going to go up and try, you can do like R1, L1, L1 as he's backing up. I just do like a few R1s, he backs up, kind of hit his leg a few more times, go all the way around to his right arm, break it with 1 hit, and then like after you break it, like keep swinging and you can get the head stagger, and then you can either wait and build up your stamina, or you can just go ahead and finish him off with like a few attacks. So let's go ahead and show it again. I know that it's kind of weird to explain. Like, the best thing to do would probably be like pull up my fight and show it in slow motion and just talk through what I'm doing, but I'm just going to show the fight a few more times and try and talk through as I do it, I guess. Am I doing DLC? Yeah. Hey, Death. Hey, Max. Hey, Lynn. Merry Christmas. All the cool kids have your emotes. You got your, where is it? got your cat. Got your little treat. But yeah, this, I would highly recommend this strat. It's so fun. It really is so fucking fun to do. The only issue I've run into is like getting the head stagger early, which kind of throws everything off, but it's not the end of the world. So we'd already have our bolt paper pop from the door. We run up, we don't pop our pellet quite yet. We get up to the leg. We just do R1, L1. Trick our weapon. R1, 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 L1, L1. Walk up to him, or jog up to him. I actually missed a hit there somehow. Wow, that was weird. Hit his leg. Hit his arm. And just walk around him, get a few hits while you're waiting. I missed the arm again. I fucked up a little bit, but you can see it's like, even if you, it's kind of like, what's a good example? It's like when you fuck up Amygdala, it's still really fucking easy. Like if you miss the damage from the first charge R2, it's like, oh no, you just lose a little bit of time. This is kind of the same thing, you just lose a bit more than that. And his last phase, even if you fuck up, is not gonna really, I mean, he's not gonna have time to do a whole lot. And like I said, practice BL4 level DLC bosses if you can, just to get familiar with their movesets. But yeah, you'll probably have to dodge like one attack in his last phase if he gets it off, and then after that, you can just finish him off. Because you're gonna have a buttload of beast meter from this too. All right, so leg, meter, R1, L1, R1, 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 L1, L1. Jog up to him. 2, 3, L1, L1. Get a smack on his leg. Smack on his arm. Go off to the side, do a few hits. A few hits here. Try and get the arm stagger. And then you just finish him off. So yeah, it's like the right arm into the head. And then you just maybe, it's like, I don't know, 4 to 6 attacks depending for the finish. But we'll stop there for Laurence. Yeah, it's super nice. Okay, so split there, and now we're at the the very end of this playthrough, but we still have NG Plus and NG Plus 2. Those are short in terms, so you pretty much are just doing any percent runs, and you have a beefed up character. It's like, yeah, it's NG Plus, but like, you hit so fucking hard. So anyway, yeah, that's done. Now you don't have much or many echoes at this point. So a level up's, I'm just gonna kill her just to show you how much a level up costs at this point. 26k. So even if you try and level up, you can only get one. So what I would say is don't level up at this point. I would say level up one time in NG Plus and one time in NG Plus 2. And then, well, it's gonna be twice in NG Plus 2. Once, actually, let me think about this. Once in NG Plus, maybe at the end, depending. This is actually hard because there's so many points where you can level up. I think I level up my PB maybe like 10 times, which is overkill. But you just get so many echoes sometimes, it's just tempting not to. Anyway, what I was gonna show here is like, this would not be a worthwhile level up to get one level. Like, just wait. So come here, and we're going to spend our insight. You'll actually be coming up here later, like in NG Plus, after you get another gem. You don't have to get the gem. That I'm gonna pick up a second gem in Yahar'gul, which is basically another 18%, like that middle gem right there. I'm gonna put that in my attack up plus 15% slot, so I get even more damage. It's basically the equivalent of like 5 strength level ups, which is really nice. So we'll come back here later and do that, and when we're doing that, then we'll get the other rune and stuff like that. But for now, all we're doing is we come up here and we fill up everything for we don't really need the cocktails yet either, but I went in and bought them. We just fill up everything, like I was saying, those key items like pellets, elixirs, and paper are like really crucial. throughout this run. So just fill up on all that stuff. Okay, and this is Gehrman, the combo. So we're gonna go ahead and do a save file here. No, you level up again. Let's go ahead and save file. Like, my stats at the end of this run are gonna be like 35 vit, 13 endurance, 50 strength, and like 42 skill or something like that. So our critical stat at this point is probably gonna end up gonna be in vit, because I mean NG plus you could just like get 2-shot by Gascoigne now. Like, he's pretty scary on NG plus. You hit him, it's like 2 glass cannons going at it, unless you've leveled up a fuck ton of it. Even then, he hits really hard. Yeah, my next level is probably gonna be mostly vitality, because my damage is pretty decent right now. I think my last stat I level up these days is skill, but that's not to say it's not important. It's actually really nice. It's just I don't get the visceral rune, so it's like it's not quite as valuable. So I just prioritize strength and vit mostly. Yeah, that's a pretty nice price. Alright, so here, Gehrman is pretty tough. Our health's decent enough to where we should be okay. Pop your paper and then look straight up as high as you can with your right analog stick, and you can just shoot him in the face. Immediately pop your pellet. And you're trying to just go for parry punishes here, pretty much. Just like bait his attacks and get hit like that, like an idiot. But we have our other rune. So if we do viscerals on this guy, we actually get our health back. I'm gonna do that just to get my health up here. For max damage, you would want to go for double backstab, but I'm gonna take advantage of the blood rapture rune. You can wait for the third attack there to safely parry. Now we're out of, we're gonna run out of meter really soon. I'm probably gonna load this save file again. This was horrible. And we're probably gonna have to pop our pellet, yeah. Let's see if we can get it off before Moon gets to us. Okay, so Gehrman is like, I'm gonna do this a few times. Gehrman is mostly just punishes for parries. Like, you want to get familiar with his attacks and know when to parry punish, and then you go in and like you're dashing for L1 for the damage, which is nice, but mostly for the meter buildup. So like optimally what's gonna happen is you kill Gehrman within like, I don't know, let's say 40-45 seconds, and then you have the extra 15 seconds of meter for Moon presence, and you kill Moon before your meter expires. That's like the perfect thing to happen, but that's not going to happen too often for most players. But you want to strive for it. See, what I went so slow there that I actually ended up having to pop another round of paper and stuff. So pop your stuff, do this, pellet, try and get parries off, like learn the timing of these attacks, dash in L1, L1. Do it again. Now I'm gonna go for the double backstab since I have full health here. You gotta kind of wait at the perfect window to do that, by the way, otherwise it won't count as a backstab. Just a heads up. Now this was a good fight. This was a really good fight. Also, if you have the chance, go ahead and try and build up your meter more on him. You can take off your You can take off your weapon and reapply another paper. I was gonna go for like a head stagger visceral, but I just wanted to R spam that bitch down. You see our meter just expired. Like we actually killed both bosses within a minute. But that's, for me, that's really rare. And I should have gone for the head stagger though. Like if you go for the head stagger, like even if you don't have a buttload of skill, like you're still gonna do a lot of damage. Not only for staggering the head and smacking it, but you can also just follow up with the visceral anyway, and you're gonna do, yeah, probably with these stats, you'd probably end up doing like, I would say a third of Moon Presence's health, depending on how big your meter is with just the visceral attack. So definitely worth going for. Hey, baby bean. Merry Christmas. All right, so look up high, shoot this dude, skip this pellet. Get these parries. You can see how long we wait on that particular attack to actually successfully do it. That wasn't in a good position to parry that. There's the same attack from earlier. I wait for the third attack here. L1, L1, R1, L1. I'm gonna go for the double backstab here. And we might have enough meter to do this decently well. I don't know. I'm gonna reapply my paper and then get my pellet ready in case this takes a while. And I like to kind of use the, I like to use my downtime here. I didn't mean to get the visceral there. This is one of those fights, you're gonna be like maybe at low stamina and trying to spam her down. And between her, I mean, you get rally health when she does the AoE. You can kind of fill your entire health bar back up with rally health. But sometimes that doesn't always work. So whenever I completely run out of stamina, I like to go ahead and pop vials just to make it a little bit safer. Because vials really aren't an issue in this run. They can use them pretty liberally. I mean, don't just like sit there and just heal whenever you could be doing other things, but when your stamina is 0, you're just waiting anyway. You can just top yourself off just to be safe, because a good bit, like the longer the moon fight goes on, the worse it's probably gonna get, because like the blood rain starts happening, she's doing the AoE and make you do to like 1 health. You know, just better safe than sorry. Alright, so let's try and get parry here. You can kind of get a feel for like what attacks he's gonna follow up with and stuff. If you're too far away, it's like he goes super passive, so you kind of want to be in this like no man's land almost. We'll go for double backstab. See how I wait just long enough, but not too long there. Like I said, if you do it too early, it doesn't work. This might be okay. Get our pellet ready in case we need it. I didn't want the visceral there either. It's such a time waste at that point. Did I pop another pellet on that? I think I did. Yeah, I definitely did. That was slow. I'll do it one more time. Just cause this is another, like, I mean, you're always gonna be fighting these guys just right back to back like that. So like one affects the other greatly. Like if your Gehrman fight goes amazing, your moon fight's gonna be so much easier usually. But that being said, if your Gehrman fight is a little bit slow and you're actually able to pop another paper and a pellet before moon, it's kind of okay. Like, yeah, you have the time loss, but it's better to me than like if you have to awkwardly pop the pellet in the middle of the fight when she's doing stuff to you. It can get pretty crazy because you lose a fuck ton of damage if you don't have your meter up. Alright, so let's try and get some parries. Dash L1s. Alright, so wait just a little bit. Go for the double backstab for good damage if you have a lot of strength. That was a really good fight. I'm gonna go ahead and re-equip my my paper. Let's see if we can get a good moon now. Yes. Oh my goodness, watch this damage. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was pretty damn close to perfect for me. And we still have meter going. It just dropped. Yeah, I'm gonna stop with that. I'm not gonna stop the tutorial, but I'm gonna stop practicing that fight with that. Again, another cutscene, you want to be spamming options and stuff, but I really have to pee, so I'm gonna let this play out. I'll be right back.
Are you cold? Oh, good hunter.
Okay. Now we'd have split earlier after Moon died for that one, and I have like sub splits active on my live split, so you can actually see how it encompasses NG plus and then breaks it down into other splits.
All signed and sealed.
Enjoy Christmas Eve. Have a good day tomorrow. Got a meal prep for dinner tomorrow. All right, Fumar. Merry Christmas, dude. Have a good one. Now this breaks down into everything we have to do here pretty much. Something else is like after Moon dies, you without, I mean, 100%, you're gonna get all your health back here. So you can actually pop blood bullets if you wanted to. After Moon, and then you just get free 5 bullets and you'd heal full anyway. If bullets become an issue, it's not something necessary at all, but just keep in mind that's an option for free. And I'm not actually going to go back to the dream yet. You need to go back to the dream at least once in each NG cycle for the Hunter Chief Emblem, I think it's called. Whatever gets you into that like cathedral ward courtyard area. That will allow you to skip like Cleric Beast and BSB. Just go straight to Amelia's section. And it's like 10k. So like at this point in the run, 10k is almost nothing. So you could go back here if you wanted, or you can just skip that and you could just go straight to, and then wait until you get to Cathedral Ward to go back. It's really preference. I'm not even gonna level up either way, so it doesn't really matter at all. I guess the only thing you can consider is like, if you get hit running to the ladder at the beginning, then if you go back to the dream, it's gonna heal you up to full for free and not waste any time. And you don't really need to pick up anything at this point for like vials or whatever, like you'll end up buying more later. So what I'm gonna do is actually kill the dog, and then knock this one out, and then we'll go for the sewer skip. This is really easy to fuck up. But yeah, I think we actually messed that up. It's hard to tell. Usually by this, like, I find that I do better at sewer skip when my hands are really warm and I've been playing the game for a while. So most of the time in this run when I get to NG+, the sewer skip is like first or second try. But since I've been kind of slowing down on a lot of stuff, it's a little bit different. Like my rhythm's kind of thrown off. So we'll try this again. That should work there though. I'll take second try. Again, like, it's one of those skips, you can fuck it up a million times in a row, but you can still actually do it. It saves about 40 seconds. So if you fucked it up like, I don't know, 6 times, isn't that like 32? 36. Yeah, you would still actually save time. Not much, but yeah, case in point. It's worth going for several times. Try to go straight on the railing. Yeah, that can be pretty difficult. Here I should probably have made a save file because it's really easy to die here, but it's basically the same thing as NG. You're just going through sewer skip into Gascoigne. I'm gonna actually make a save file for Gascoigne though. Let's do it right here. Let's go ahead and make the save file. Okay, so for Gascoigne, you now have access to beast blood pellets, which is really nice because he's a squishy boss. That being said, he hits really fucking hard because it's NG+, just like everybody. So you gotta be careful. It's like 2 glass cannons going at it. But yeah, you can punish him pretty ridiculously at this point because my damage is decent. It's all about preference though, like what you prioritize stat wise early on. Most people might go for more vit early on than I do, but I like a good bit of damage. Hey, Alucard. So yeah, we'll make this. And I'm gonna actually pop my pellet before I enter the fog gate because the pellet takes a bit. It's like if I go into the fight, I go to the stairs and I pop my pellet. It takes a while, so that could give Gascoigne time to actually come and hit me and interrupt it. So I just go ahead and pop it early before the fog gate. And then once I get up on the stairs, I use that time to either heal or pop fire paper, whichever. So I go and swap and go to the fog gate like everything else, trick our weapon for the speed boost. He's not shooting. And you don't need to heal after this boss, by the way. If you're choosing to go to Cathedral Ward, because like I said, you either have to go back at Central Yharnam or you have to go back at Cathedral Ward. I'm choosing to go after Gascoigne at Cathedral Ward. So if you're like 1 HP right now, don't heal. Like, don't waste the time, don't waste the vials, because you're gonna warp back to the dream in just a second. And you can see I actually haven't marked the key, like the Hunter Chief Emblem thing or whatever it's called. And you've already picked this up, the Blood Workshop tool, Blood Gem Workshop tool, so don't be baited by that. It's just like a cold blood at this point, which you do not need. Spam options for the cutscene. We're gonna get this lamp because like I said, we have to go back for that emblem. At this point, if you're like super low on vials and bullets, you can buy a little bit if you want. It's up to you. There's a lot of points in this run where it's just like choice. So we're gonna go here, and I'll go ahead and buy some bullets, I guess, and let's just buy a little bit of vials. And then this is the thing you really want though. After you buy this and cancel out of it, immediately mark out with your Bolt Hunter mark. That's why we get the number of Bolt Hunter marks we do for things like that. Because we have, I think we have 2 left in our inventory. And we'll get another one from, yeah, we have 2. So once we kill Gehrman at the end of this play cycle, we'll get another Bolt Hunter mark since we already have his badge. It just gives you a Bolt Hunter mark instead. So we'll end up having 3. And that'll basically be 1 for the NG plus jelly pickup, 1 for a chalice dungeon, and then 1 for the other dream mark out that I just did. I'll just do the same thing but an NG plus 2. You have exactly what you need. It's really nice to have a bunch of vitality here, but I just don't at this point. Okay, this part of the run is really fucking cool to me. I'm gonna actually make a save file here. Let's do it like right here before I do the ladder cancel warp. Okay, so while I'm quitting out and making a save file, I'll explain what's going on here. So earlier in the run, normally people might get the summons to give to Alfred, and then you talk to Alfred and you get his badge, and then you're able to buy his wheel and maybe something else, which you need all those weapons for the trophies. But now what we do is we kill Amelia basically just to bypass the gate. Like, we could do Amelia Skip here, but we wouldn't be able to interact with Alfred as far as I know. So you go ahead and kill Amelia the second time as well. And that, you know, it gives you a little bit of echoes, which isn't the important part. The important part is it unlocks the gate. I mean, it unlocks the, it allows you to bypass the door with the password. Like, you have to be able to do that, or you have to do Amelia Skip. Those are the 2 options to get past. So we kill Amelia, so that way we unlocks the password door, and we get some beast meter to be able to go kill Alfred ourselves instead of like just talking to him and wasting the time like going back to the woods and backtracking. So that's what we're doing right now. We're gonna ladder cancel warp here. And it sucked me in a little bit, that's how you know it worked. And go ahead and trick your weapon for the Amelia fight coming up. Make sure your stamina is about half once you get to that part of the stairs, just so you have enough to get all the way up here. And as far as I know, with these stats, it's pretty much the same exact fight at the beginning as it is for NG. So you don't have to worry about early staggers, I don't think. So the only thing weird here is my position, my like sliding on my quick items is a little bit off from what I would normally have. So I have to cycle through a bit to get to the pellet, but it should be pretty much the same thing as the other Amelia fight. So we pop our pellet. R1, L1, L1. R1, L1, L1. R1. We can't do the head hit though. If we do the head hit, it probably will give her an early stagger. Then we can't do the visceral, so I'm gonna go ahead and take that. And then we just do R1, L1, L1, L1. R1. I'm just gonna do R1 spam at this point. And then as soon as we interact with this, and we come back out of the cutscene, we have ladder cancel warp active. So you immediately want to quit out. Now that saves our beast meter, much like we did with failures in Maria. Same principle. We're going to warp all the way back to that ladder. And we're going to immediately go through the gate. And we're going to go straight for Alfred as fast as possible and try and kill him. I might have to do this section a few times because Alfred is... he's pretty, like... If you have enough damage, it's fine, but you got to be careful about, like... If you mess up the strat, he gets away from you, then it's really easy to die because he hits hard. This is NG plus, keep in mind, and NPCs are in general very hard to fight. So I'm gonna go ahead and use this time to pop this, and once I get up here, I'm gonna pop the pellet. You can see we have a little bit of meter build up here, and then get kind of behind him, and then we're gonna backstab into backstab, and then we're gonna visceral, and we should be able to finish him off here. Like so. And then he drops. So you know how when you go talk to him at when you're headed to Old Yharnam, you talk to him and you kind of move away and you wait for him to exhaust his dialogue, and then he gives you fire paper. So what he drops here is the badge, which is all you really want. But if for whatever reason you do want some extra fire paper, like see I have 7 here, he'll give you 3. So he actually drops those fire paper right now if you want them as well. But I'll show this whole thing one more time, at least one more time. It's pretty fucking cool though. But the only thing I could think to improve on this would be don't do Amelia in NG like the first playthrough. Do Amelia Skip. But the thing with that is like you'll have to do the rerouting for like kind of like any % to pick up the shards. Also, you're gonna miss out on a bunch of level ups, which in a run this long, it's like early level ups are like I feel like that much more crucial, I guess, you know? You're doing a lot more fights, so you want those early level ups, right? But I don't know. I think there's definitely a good way to kind of reorganize all this. To make it to where you're not fighting one boss twice that's not really mandatory, you know? Because yes, you have bosses like I guess Rom is like absolutely mandatory. I have no way to skip Rom. You can skip Shadows, but like most people don't because it's slower, you know, stuff like that. But like this boss is like not mandatory with Amelia Skip, so not having to fight her a second time would be nice. It's just you'd have to do Amelia Skip in NG, so it's like yeah, just have a lot of early level up loss, which sucks, but I need to figure out a way to do it. Because I mean this does take a while to do this. And like the echoes really aren't that important, so hey Alba. This is mostly just about Mr. Alfred here. Now, I wish we had a little bit less insight at this point, but the only way to do that would be actually spend it, which I don't really want to waste the time to go to the bath to do that, but the less insight would mean our beast meter's even larger, which is nice. Mo damage. Just flips off blade. So yeah, we'll warp all the way back to that thing again. Albabuli. Something I did notice here, it's like these mobs are actually kind of in a shitty spot when you come back out of that, but it's fine. And I've never tested to know how much time this all actually saves, but it definitely feels a lot faster. So we'll have about like a third, quarter meter, probably a quarter.
Just what is the meaning of this? Why turn your blade on me?
Alright, and then skip his dialogue, just pick up the first item. You don't need the fire papers, you just need the badge. And get the fuck out of there. And now we're off to Shadows NG+, which might be like, oh, it's Shadows, but like, they're so much worse on NG+ too. Or NG+ as well. Like, you think they're about an NG, good god, they just beat the shit out of you here. And my health is like a bit lower than I'd most, or I'd usually want, so. But our damage is nice, so it kind of makes up for it. At this point, you can, like, it's free to get this lamp. Like, it's only a few seconds. And you could actually do this skip, which I'm going to show it. Let's show this skip. This is probably the worst thing in the game for me in terms of what I'm bad at. So I'll try and show it anyway, though, regardless, because if I could actually get this twice in a run, it would save me another, like, 50 seconds or so, maybe close to a minute between two of them. So I'll try and show my setup. I'll probably fuck it up, and yeah, but I'll do my best. So basically, you like roll up this rock like so. I kind of position my foot, like my heel, like just in front of that black spot on the left side, about there. I line up with the long part of that moss, R1 roll, and then you kind of like walk, I guess, and then you just like roll into it, like so. And then you just run and jump. Oh, I didn't jump. I jumped too late. I haven't done this in a while. But it should be fine. I'll come back in a good spot. I can probably open that gate just in case too. Might as well do that. But yeah, you want to kind of jump more to the left than you think for this part, and do a. You don't. I think you plunge. Do you plunge? No, you don't have to plunge. So I'll get this open just in case I fuck it up. So you run and you jump at the end, at the ledge, but you kind of like, okay, so there's the wood here on the wall that I'm tracing, and then there's the one here, like just to the right of that chain. You kind of like want to aim a little bit more to the left of the center, I feel like, and you can either plunge or you can just like jump down, but I'm gonna plunge and pull up my quit out menu. You can see how you hit right there, and then it does just a little bit of fall damage because we have the beast rune, right? And so you can just fall down like this. Okay. If you're doing this skip in a run, you're not gonna be getting shortcuts at this point. So don't even dare touch that thing. Don't do it. And also don't get the gate like I did. But either way, it might behave like a Nightmare Frontier skip. It might just automatically unlock the skip for you. I'm not sure actually. There's a couple of things you can do at this point though. You can like kind of run and jump. I think it's about, okay, see where that main tree is right here? That trunk? I think it's like between maybe that gravestone right there at my hat and this trunk. Somewhere around there you like run, you can run and jump to. Also, you can go around this way, like so, and like as soon as your character kind of dips off, you like jump pretty much. I'm not going to show the other version, but just try what I was pointing out. It's something like that. Now here in the rocks, you can see it kind of dips down, like I'm tracing like the very edge of it with my hat. It's hard to do just right, but like just right in front of me, that little ledge there. You see how it dips down into a V? You want to kind of run just to the right of that point. Like where it dips down right there, just to the right of it, maybe about here or so, and just kind of sprint off. Pull up your quit out menu. And then right when you hit the slope and then you slide down, once your character stops moving at the bottom, that's pretty much where you want to quit out. This one's a little bit, how do you say? Like the first part of it's more forgiving than like the fishing Hamlet skip. But if you wait too long, again, at the end of it, you just die, so be careful. I'm not going to show any more of that because this isn't even a skip that I do in this run, although it would be amazing to have in my PB. But yeah, that's kind of how to do the hut skip. I'm going to go ahead and heal to full here. It's not a whole lot of health difference, but may as well since it's NG+. I'll make a save file for shadows. Not to show you how to fight them. I'm not very good at NG+ shadows. It's same idea as NG, it's just they are way more tanky and they hit like trucks. So, but we'll make a save file just in case I die more than anything. I don't want to run all the way back. But outside of this, so I used to do the rune and the key and the everything early on in the run, like an NG, but now it's pushed to NG plus because I feel like mostly because of the rune, because you have like drop damage and stuff. Like that rune we got from the beast, like right before Amelia way back, like helps our fall damage, which is really nice. So we'll make a save file here. Hopefully not die. I'm not gonna do like the NG plus bosses over and over or anything. The only bosses I'm gonna show extensively are probably gonna be, at this point, are probably gonna be the chalice ones later. Because these are pretty much the same fights, it's just tankier and hit harder. But also you hit harder, so it kinda balances out to some extent, but not completely. Like you really start to feel it on this boss and like Miko and stuff. Rom is almost identical though. Rom's kind of squishy. So let's do the same thing we did in NG, but it's just gonna take a bit more hits probably. Oh, something else in this fight. You see how they like stretch Armstrong me? You can just kind of strafe that, by the way, like I did. I just sidestepped it. I didn't do anything fancy. I didn't mean to visceral that kid. And then the same thing for this part. You just lock on an R1 as he dashes. This is actually a pretty good fight for me for NG+. But yeah, whenever they are in this phase, they do that stretch attack. When you see them stretching, like say the lamp is the shadow, you can just do this. Just like move your character sideways and it'll dodge it. I forgot to mention that on NG. You don't really have to deal with it that much on NG though. NG plus is where the fights seem to last a bit longer though. Alright, so this point in the run, I'm probably going to make a save file just because I have to show you how to deal with old girl. Like you have to go the glitchless way at this point. And I'm going to be using an elixir, which makes it easy, but in the case that you don't have an elixir, I'll try and show how different it is, because what I used to do with when I did an NG is you have to deal with her, so you do a bunch of quit outs to kind of cheese it, I guess. But and since you're doing an NG plus now, it's like significantly easier with the elixir. But yeah, I'll try and show both versions. And then Rom is, like I said, pretty much the same exact fight. Actually, it might be even easier on NG plus for some reason. She's a very squishy potato. I guess as usual though, Rom isn't even the fight, it's just her spiders. Oh, I never split for Amelia Alfred. Okay, so I'm going to show the shitty version of this first, like without popping an elixir. Because this mob has Call Beyond, which is probably the scariest thing, and if she starts spamming that, it's, depending on your positioning, it makes it really hard to deal with it. So we're just going to not stamina manage much at all here. Jesus, dude. She's already aggroed. I'm dead. I'm just gonna try running. She's Call Beyonding, so I'm gonna actually quit out like that. This is good. I wanted her to do that so I can show you. It's a good way to deal with it. You don't have to. You can actually kind of use the railing to block some of it, but I haven't done enough testing to know which points in the at the fence it actually works, or the whatever. And you see she kind of resets over there, and you go up here and you get the the key to open the door. And that's not that important. That doesn't apply towards trophies, but you get that because you're already up here and you have to get this hunter tool right here for one of the trophies to get the phantasm shell. And you run back down. And you can just drop here if you want. Roll like so. She's probably gonna call beyond me again. This part I quit out in because I need the whole, I think the whole thing with her is I'm gonna kill her if I can. Never mind. No, I'm not. Okay, anyway, the whole point to that one, I'm gonna reload the save file and do it the safe way with the elixir. Like, was the whole point, but like, I wanted to kill her because she's a bitch. But I have to, if I'm dealing with her, I need to quit out once I open the door. Again, do not quit out while the door's opening. That's called I mean, that's like a proper animation cancel. That's why it's like called partial quit outs for like most of these runs, except the ones that are explicitly no quit. But partial quit outs is specifically talking about we don't do all quit outs because all quit outs would encompass like quitting out during lever animations and door animations. So you can't do that in any of these runs. So this time we're going to pop our elixir though, instead of just running through. I think you pop it like just at the bottom of the stairs, like maybe a little bit before. Probably like right here should be safe. And you run up, kind of hug this left side. And already you can tell how much smoother this is without her aggroed on your dick. And since we have our elixir up, we're gonna use this wisely. Don't get the key yet. Immediately go up here. So this elixir lasts up until you pick up this item, so you don't have to deal with this mob coming at you. And then that allows you to just like kind of walk off and go down. And we would normally just want to drop there. Like just drop down and go the way I did last time, but you can also do this. Kind of like go here and just like walk off. Don't sprint, just walk off. You can roll like that. Go like so. It just all kind of depends on where she is. I'm going to quit out here because I need this rune though. Okay, so I showed two different versions of that and she called beyond me the first time, which is perfect. So you can kind of see how to deal with that bullshit. But yeah, if you talk, no, you don't talk to him. When I was doing an NG, I talked to him for the insight. You get like 2 insight from him, but you do not need insight at this point. So just go up to him and just fucking kill him. And then while he's dying, you can use this time to heal up. But yeah, this rune right here is really fucking important to me. I think I might be the only person that gets it, but it's really good. I think we have everything equipped that we need right now. Yeah, so we're just gonna treat Rom like we did an NG. I'm not gonna YOLO or anything crazy. Okay. I don't want to talk about that. The spiders are the fight. Well, this is probably a case to argue that you want more vit early on than damage, because it's like even easier to get one shot by stuff here. Like I think it took 2 hits to kill me there, where in like NG it'd have probably taken 3, for example. But yeah, anyway, we'll just do all this again because it doesn't matter. It's good to see all this stuff. This part of the run's like easy to forget too. Like you're just gonna like most likely just want to go do the Linearium Key Skip again at this point. Okay, wait a second, I gotta get the Phantasm Shell. So once you get about maybe like these books. See these books right below my feet where I popped that? Maybe pop it about right there. That's the marker I'm gonna use. And then it should last you the whole time. And then get up this ladder as soon as possible. And then remember, since you're using the elixir, go upstairs first, just so you can take advantage of the elixir lasting for the phantasm pickup. And then go get the key. I don't know why he's still aggroed though. That's strange. Now get the key. And I'm gonna go this way instead. And she's actually in a good spot. And optimally you wouldn't want to heal there. You'd want to wait until he was dying. You see how like you have to wait 1, 2, 3, 4, like that downtime, use that time to heal up or whatever you gotta do. I'm just gonna keep saying it just to put emphasis on how important that kind of stuff is, just to save free time essentially. So alright, this time we're not gonna die though. This time the spiders are gonna be nice and friendly. It's gonna be fine. I rolled right into that like a doofus. Right into it. This is embarrassing, man. I hate, like, I feel like I've done pretty well for most of these fights, but what am I doing right now? I need to charge my controller. I'm just gonna run around and just R1 these things, or try to this time, instead of being fancy with like rolling and stuff. There's no point. That's a good combo, Lynn. Give me presents. Alright, we'll do this again and again and again. And that warm tea with the green tea with honey is sounding mighty good right about now. Yeah, I can make it though without it for now. Okay, I gotta figure out why he aggroed that time though. Did I just move too close to him? Maybe I need to hug the outside. Yeah, I think I need to hug the outside like that. I'm gonna do this drop again just to show it. So you kind of go over here, you don't sprint, you just kind of walk off. Like so, like about that angle. Like that. I didn't get the key. I forgot the key, oops. I'm not used to doing this completely yet. I used to get key first and not even use an elixir, so. That's just lack of practice. Oh my goodness. I'm dead. Dude, like, fuck me sideways. Okay. Well, this was going well, and now it's going shit. God damn it. This is more true to how most runs are gonna go, though, I guess. So this is probably good to witness, to discourage anybody from ever speedrunning this shit. It's horrible. That's so frustrating, though. All because I forgot the key. Use your brain. Use your brain. Come on. But yeah, this route is like kind of new to me, a lot of the steps. Like stuff like this especially. I've never done until like recently. I get all the nasty stuff out of the way in NG usually, not wait. But it makes, I mean, I know why you wait. There's a lot of good reasons for it. Having the elixirs, having the beast rune is really, really good for drops and sneaking past. Okay, so don't forget the key this time. So we're gonna go up here, go up the stairs, hang wide out right so we don't aggro the mob. Seems good. Now we get the key. And I'm just gonna do the normal drop this time. Hello? Okay, now she's not aggro to us, so we can just 6-shot this guy. I'm gonna go and heal while I'm waiting. Go and start sprinting. Pick up the rune. And this, again, this rune is completely optional. This is just my preference of the RNG. Just helps out with not getting fucked over with bloods later on. Nothing fancy here, right? I almost died. I didn't even know that spider was dive bombing me. What the hell? Where did he come from? Little fuck. Okay, you should be good to do 3 L1s here. Let's see how much damage this is. Yeah, it seems fine. And then you do R1, 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 charged R2. R1, 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 L1. Run kind of like a 45 behind the, or away from the thing, the moonlight. And like I said, I'm not going to go over boss fights or G+. Same idea. Okay, now at this point, just like going through Byrgenwerth, you have the elixirs. You can also use the elixir here for the Yahar'gul skip. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna get all the way down here, and this is another point where it's like outside of just a few seconds to light the lamp, it's completely free. It doesn't fuck up anything to grab this lamp here as far as like markouts and stuff. So what I do, grab that, go ahead and elixir like so, and then you can just kind of do this skip for free. If you want to peach it up just a little bit, you can actually kill this guy like that, and then you can just like take your happy time setting this up kind of thing. And see, watch her fall damage right now. This is again the value of that rune that we got. Normally I'd be at like 1 health, or like maybe like 50 health right now, but I'm still at half from all those falls. That's really fucking nice. I'm gonna go ahead and heal up 1 time, and then I'm gonna heal up again whenever I get to the beast coming up for the gem. I picked this gem up, nobody else does, and again, I calculated it, and it's approximately like 5 levels worth of strength. So the time it takes to grab it, I think it's worth those 5 levels, but it's up to your discretion. You just gotta remember to put it in. And I don't know how much you really need bolt paper and NG+, because you have pretty good stats and stuff, but you can just pop it anyway. Yeah, I mean, just test that kind of stuff if you want to, just to see if it's even worth it, because you should still be able to get the stagger and stuff with the same amount of hits. The only thing is it might actually save you. It might save you a little bit of damage at the end or something, maybe save you a hit or something. So. You can see also we got like an early stagger there because of how hard we're hitting. Like, look at her damage. Yeah, it's the same gem from NG. It's just you take this gem here, that 15 attack gem that you got from Menses, and you just slot the other one, like an additional one from the Yahar'gul Beast. You can actually see how much damage you get from it. I'll put it in just a little while. After I kill Wet Nurse, I think. Yeah, I put it in after Wet Nurse. Okay, here's a part here. Okay, you know I was talking about like some points in this game you can start running before you can actually even see your character. This is one of those places, like here, Mensis, and like Nightmare Frontier. So like go ahead and just hold circle and start running forward. At this point in the run you pretty much have to do this skip, and for the sake of Yeah, let's actually make a save file. I didn't make a save file here last time. But you don't need the lamp here as well. You know, I was talking about Nightmare Frontier, you didn't need the lamp, and then when you marked out from getting the messenger's gift, it takes you to the beginning just like it would the lamp anyway. Same thing applies here. If you don't have the lamp, it still takes you back to where the lamp is for whatever reason. The only thing is, if you happen to maybe die somehow in the lecture hall and you don't have the lamp, I don't even know where you go. Honestly, probably back to the beginning of Yahar'gul if you got the lamp there. If not there, you might go all the way back to Byrgenwerth. I don't know. It should take you back to the last lamp though. But sometimes, like, if it's your first, like we mark out in the dream with the bold hunter mark after we go get the item for the courtyard to get to Amelia. So that might negate, because you know how early on in the game, if you die once, like say you die to the wolf, you go to the dream. So like the same thing happens in NG cycles along the way. So if I die now, I don't even know where I go. If I have the lamp, I should go to either the dream or that lamp. Outside of that, I'm not sure though. Either way, you don't need this lamp for the mark out. Okay, so the essence of the lecture hall skip is, you know how we did the Lunarium Key Skip and we used the tail of the centipede to kind of like launch our character up in the air a little bit more than we should? That is going to happen here on this little column on the bottom of it, and it's going to throw us over this railing here essentially. So if you're doing the setup version, you would want to kind of like, you just kind of go like this, run into it, and like after you're already sprinting, you kind of want to like hit this thing, kind of jump at the right, I can't say exactly when to jump, you kind of just jump at the right, you got to experiment with it, and you're kind of like catapult your character over the railing. But let's see if we can do the setup version, and then I'll try the running version of it. It's a very hard skip, honestly. And you see we kind of got the height there, I just didn't get the distance right. And that was actually kind of close as well. I don't know, it's hard to describe, but that's basically the gist of it. You're just kind of like using the bottom of this thing to heighten your character. You can see we're actually getting the height, it's just the distance isn't happening. This is really fucking hard for me sometimes. I'm actually glad I'm failing it a bunch just to discourage people from ever wanting to run this game. Some people are really good at this skip, like fucking new Blade Runner. Heck, that guy gets it like first try all the time. I do not. Doesn't even need to practice, just does stuff. Just does it. But yeah, I'm gonna try the running version this time. The same idea, it's just, I don't know if it's just because I'm watching like if I watch a world record run, like they usually get it like first or second try. It's just because I didn't see all the countless attempts of them fucking it up in runs, but sort of the same thing. And I'm gonna try the running version of it. You just kind of like do the same thing, but just, it really does. I mean, I know Blade mentioned this not too long ago. It's like, it seems easier if you're running versus doing the wall thing. But yeah, some days it seems the case, and for me, and other days it's just like I suck ass at it, so it doesn't matter what I do, I just fuck it up. But yeah, just focus on the fact that you're using that little spot to throw your character up in the air a little bit higher than normal, and then just kind of angle it just right to go over the railing. I don't know how to describe this skip outside of that, other than just kind of like watch what I'm doing, focus on those key aspects of it, and hope for the best. Kind of jumping late there, it looks like. That was completely, I didn't even mean to jump that late. That was pretty good right there. Almost got it. There we go. Up and over. Anyway, so that's enough of that. Now, once you get... The reason you have to do that skip pretty much... I mean, I guess you don't have to. You can get here without it. But you want to get to this part right here. Get the... I think this is the auger? Yeah. That's another part of the trophies. And then you go all the way down here, and you know those red jellies I was talking about? You get 2 in the first playthrough, and then you get the other 2 that you need in the... I mean, you could get them in the 3rd playthrough, but we just go ahead and get them now. And then you use your Bold Hunter mark to go back up to where the lecture hall starts. And you don't even need the lamp like we were talking about. So Bold Hunter mark out, you got the 4 red jellies, and then we would already have split here and there. And then you can start running. Now we're going to Miko. I get my elixirs here. You have options, like you probably would have bought, see I have 5 cocktails so far. So you can use those to lure away the silver beast here, or you can do what I do and just use elixirs to kind of slip past him a little bit safer. Yeah, but there's definitely points like that all across the run where you just like make your own decisions. Like you can use the elixir, you can use the cocktail, you can do neither and just run through anyway like a fucking crazy person. It's all preference. I'm gonna throw a cocktail just to show you though how nice they are for this thing. Like watch what happens here. Because I didn't do it on NG. Now we're gonna run up here and just like watch this guy. So like if this was on NG and I was killing that thing right there for the chunks, like look how much time we have. And he just resets, you know, it's really fucking good. Now I'm going to go ahead and pop an elixir though. And just try and run a tight line if you can. I'm gonna go ahead and heal up here once. And remember you have the option to quit out here if you need to. Like if it hits the fan with these mobs. But if you quit out before you open the door or after the door is completely open, don't do it during the animation. Alright, so we have got good giants there. They didn't troll us. Run a little to the right. If this spider jumps you like that, kind of whip your character right a bit. Like I did. Kind of like this kind of thing. It'll make it way less likely or almost completely unlikely that he's gonna land on you. If he hits you with that, with this amount of health, I think he'll die in NG+, so be careful. And you don't need to pick up anything through here. Like there's elixirs and pellet and all that shit. Just you don't need any of it. Unless you've like really done something bad. You've died a bunch to shadows or something, maybe you need an extra pellet. But you should have plenty for everything here. Bait him left, circle around him tight, get up here, go ahead and heal up while you're on the elevator. Just spending the time wisely, elevators are really good for that. And this is late into the run. If your time's still shitty, I would say go ahead and grab this shortcut. Because a death to Miko is going to cost you like a few minutes. Like maybe 4 minutes to die to him. Going like how far along in the fight you are and if you have a shortcut or not. Like it's probably one of the worst deaths in the game as far as time loss goes. That run back's brutal. But if you have the shortcut, it's a little more bearable. I didn't need to get those bullets. I don't know why I picked them up, just to kind of force a habit. Alright, we got second tier RNG. So same thing here. We're gonna go for the gun strat. Get about halfway up. And we have the second puppet aggro. Do you see him like right there at the hallway? This is gonna be really awkward to deal with. I was trying to deal with the fucking puppet, man. I hate ads on bosses, man. Like spiders on Rom, puppets on Miko, like that's mostly the fight and they're so triggering. But we got the shortcut, so that's good. And I can kind of show how that works now. I didn't get the lamp. Oh, this run's dead. Oh my goodness. Wow, that's incredible. Okay, well just don't die, I guess. I just say I had never died when I did it like this. That's horrible. Holy shit. What are y'all's deal? Get off my balls, man. What the hell are these mobs today? No, I'm not gonna do it. That was gonna miss. This is annoying as heck. I'm not gonna lie. I can't believe that puppet, man. Like, Jesus Christ. I don't know where my last save file was. Probably Amelia? No, it was Shadows. Okay, so this is gonna kind of show you what to do if you aren't getting the gem, I guess. You can just run through this shit. And One Reborn's already dead, so... But just kind of make sure you're running at a slight angle, otherwise that spit's gonna hit you. Hey, it's Miko again. Alright, lesson learned for tutorials. Grab some fucking lamps to save yourself some heartache. I'll just grab this lamp, actually. And then, yeah, I'll grab the other one as well. Now, since... Oh, case in point with the whole, like, picking up the extra pellet I was talking about. We could actually use it now, but I'm not going to be going that way. So I'm going to have to do phase 1 without a pellet, pretty much. But yeah, we'll pick up this lamp here. God forbid we die a second time. That's just part of it, though. I've seen some good PBs that die to Miko here, and they go all the way back to the Mensis lamp. Lose a fuck ton of time. Happened to me as well. So we'll go up here, grab this, and then go to our shortcut, that elevator that we picked up. But yeah, he has like 800,000 echoes that I need. I remember to get those in phase 1, wherever they are. They should just be laying on the ground somewhere. This part can be pretty scary. You're having to run back here. I'm not gonna get the lamp. I refuse. But yeah, that makes, versus like running left and back through that door and the spiders and all that, you can just see how much time this, even touching that elevator, saves you coming back. Okay, let's see how fucked... I'm not gonna use a pellet on phase 1. Let's see how fucked over we get by puppets this time, though. That was some kind of awkward last time. Dude, these goddamn puppets. This is upsetting, man. This is so upsetting. I hate puppets. God! I can't deal with this thing. Jesus. Anyway. Mother of fuck. Case in point though, the puppets are the fight of phase 1. Jesus Christ. I am getting fucked on some RNG with puppets today. Alright, let's get our echoes. Good God, that's frustrating.
Majestic.
Like, why am I getting so fucked right now? Like, just chill out, game. It's not that serious. Pick those up if you want. 8 vials. Strafe this a little bit, not too much. It's all about timing. God, that was fucking annoying. That would have killed a run. Like, I would have, like, not even just the death I had a minute ago, but just like that phase just now a second ago, I would have fucking turned off my PlayStation. That was so horrendous. Nico? What the hell? Oh no. Jesus, this game today. What the fuck was that? How did he get past me? So shitty. Anyway, I'm not gonna get frustrated though. I refuse. Fuck this game right now. Alright, so anyway, good mother of God. Alright, pull up your elixirs. This is like the same run through, just without pickups this time as NG. You might need to do a little stamina management since your stamina bar is different than last time. But just make sure you're full sprinting past those shadows at the very least. Everything else should be fine. Pop your elixir in the same spot right before the pig. Might need to strafe the fireballs. Yeah, just pop it like at these stairs basically. And for my sanity's sake, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and make a save file for Wet Nurse just in case I die here too. Like, I need to learn my lesson and just make save files for all the bosses. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I really don't want to, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And there we go. Oh yeah, save file. Man, I need to forget that happened. That's triggering. Just unbelievable. Like twice in a row I was getting just puppet shit show. Oh yeah, Wet Nurse, just the same exact fight as NG, really. You gotta fight her 3 times. You gotta fight a lot of bosses 3 times, like Gascoigne, Shadows, Rom, One Reborn, Miko, and Wet Nurse. All the absolute mandatory ones. Excuse me. And this is our last pellet. which is perfect because we're gonna buy more soon. And you see like our insight is really high, and so our meter is really small. So we're not going to be able to unlock certain tiers of damage like we normally would. I mean, it may look like, oh, we already maxed out our meter, that's good, right? Well, it's kind of good in that regard, but you're missing out on a lot of potential damage. If you get hit at this point, you like really don't need to heal, because like if you're an NG and you want to heal up from damage, it's good because you want that extra damage increase from that gem. Like this gem right here, you get a little bit, almost 3% extra damage whenever you heal up to full. Whereas in this one, if you know you're not going to get hit again, you can just like say fuck it and know you're about to go to the dream anyway. And just, you know, heal for free just by warping kind of thing. So just keep that kind of thing in mind. I mean, it's probably might be best to play safe. But if you have the confidence that you're not gonna get hit, just keep that in mind. Okay, so at this point, in NG, we would normally like hit the doll to kill her and then talk to her to level up to save time. But in NG pluses, you see how long it takes to kill her. You don't actually really save time from killing her to level up. So don't kill her like that. But come here, and we want to go to Bludgeon Fortification. Go up 1. You can actually see like 298 to 310. Nice little damage bump. And at this point, since you remember I talked about put in slot 2, the 1 and 3, the ones you're gonna keep, and then slot 1, we can just go down 1 like so to the eye rune. And then here you can go down to the beast rune, which is, you can see temp boost to transform plus 15, which is like the same thing that this other rune does. See, plus 20. So it's just more of it, so even less fall damage we're gonna be taking. We put the gem in. We come here and you can see my splits have 2 bastards. So you go to tab 2, press up once, you go to Bastard Lorne. You're gonna need 2 of these for the chalices. So go ahead and buy those, get some pellets, and get some elixirs, get 5, and then you're gonna need some cocktails, and then maybe the rest bolt paper. So you have a decent amount of everything. The most important things here, like I said, are probably the paper, pellet, and elixir, but even more important than that are the elixirs and pellets, I would say. The papers start mattering less and less the higher your damage goes, but they're still helpful on occasion. And then the cocktails I go ahead and cap out now, so that way I don't have to think about them later. And so this is a point in this run, since this is going to be the first time we level up in this NG cycle. So let's go ahead and get 50 strength, which is the hard cap. Anything after this, like look how much damage. So you see it goes from 490 to 493, 495, 498. It jumps to like 2 and 3. Once you get to hard cap though, look how much it goes up by. You see that? It's like barely creeping up. Sometimes it goes up 1, sometimes it goes up 0. So absolutely do not get anything above 50 strength. That's just stupid. So we have good damage now. We've got the hard cap. The next priority to me is going to be vitality. So we're actually going to go to, I think I was doing 35. I'm pretty sure. You can go higher if you want. Yeah, I think I'm going to do 35. Just for consistency's sake. So go ahead and level up there. So you have max, or you have the vit you're going to go for if this is the case. Your endurance is already capped out, your strength is capped out. And now all you need to put points in is skill if you want to. And then we're gonna go fight Gehrman. Make sure your pellets are on, by the way. And this is the second ending, which is basically you fight Gehrman again, but you don't kill Moon. And the reason we're not killing Moon is because we never popped any cords. So same thing. Pop your paper, shoot Mr. Gehrman. Pop your pellet, and same fight as last time. It's just you have a lot more resources this time around. a lot more stats. But I mean, he's also tankier, so keep that in mind. That's actually a really good fight. And now while you're waiting, you can do something. You could pop some of these things if you wanted, but not necessary. And you can see how we got a Bolt Hunter mark there because we already have the badge. So that's what I was talking about. And it's like very precise, the Bolt Hunter marks I get in this run. Like I buy exactly 7, I pick up exactly 5, and then I buy... Oh yeah, I pick up 5 total, and I buy 7, and then you actually end up with a total of 13 that you use, I believe. Alright, so here, since our beast meter's going, what I like to do is kill... I like to actually kill this beast, which I think you can do with a running R1 if you have beast meter up, because our attack is 780. Let's see. Let's see if this actually kills him. Yeah. The reason I do that is, you know how if you've watched speedrunners a bunch reset in this game, like they're constantly having to just deal with that wolf. Like you gotta roll him, or you gotta smack him in the ass. I just one-shot him with the beast meter up. Then we don't have to deal with him right here, because he hits stupid hard in NG+. This is NG +2. This is as high as we're gonna go on NG cycles. But they hit stupid hard right now. And you see, you have time to kill him while the ladder's still dropping. And again, you don't really need vials and bullets and all those pickups. You're gonna be able to buy them actually really soon. Okay, at this point in the run though, we've done sewer skip on the first one, and we went to Gascoigne. We did sewer skip on the second one, and we went to Gascoigne. This time, we're actually, with our stats and everything, we're gonna go to Eileen. 1, we need her badge for Blade of Mercy, and 2, we need to go down and get the other badge. I think it's the Soul Hunter badge in the sewer. So we don't have to do sewer skip this time, which is kind of nice. You can do it in any order you want. I would highly recommend doing Eileen on NG+ or NG +2 though. Don't do her early. She's significantly easier with stats. Like even though she goes up in health and everything in NG+, like you go up to the point with all your runes and stats and weapon and all that, you just like truck her down. For the sake of not fucking this up and looking like an idiot though, I'm gonna go ahead and make a save file for her though. Cause yeah, you know me. I'm just dying to Miko. Alright, yeah, so we'll do Eileen save file. I actually have a strat video on YouTube for her, but I'm just gonna do the same exact thing. I'm gonna talk it through. You basically do 3 backstabs. Like you look at this post, you look down, you backstab the same spot twice, then you turn your character right just a little bit towards her, backstab again, and then you visceral, and then she's pretty much dead. You might have to do 1 more hit. I saw the same before though, like there's a lot of NPCs in this game you can double backstab and sometimes even triple backstab, which is really nice. I mean, kind of like we did that to Alfred not too long ago too. Man, this run is fucking long. I would play Grimace music or something for this, but I want to upload this to YouTube, so I don't want it to be like censored and or copyrighted and silenced and blocked and all that shit. Okay, so this little post behind her, just right behind her, is what I'm aiming for. Basically, I'm going to pop my pellet and I'm going to backstab twice in this direction, and I'm going to turn my character and backstab more towards her for the third one, and then I'm going to visceral. So, pellet. And then turn towards her. Visceral once we get enough stamina, and that might be her death. Yeah, see, you don't have to do anything else. Start sprinting for the pickup so you can actually get that speed building up. And then we'll go here and notice our fall damage with that juicy rune. Another reason, like, look, we barely took any damage there, and even like watch this fall count. This rune is so good, and I think we are taking less even with this, the Laurence rune as well. And the only reason we're going this way is for Eileen's badge and for the Soul Hunter badge, which we need for weapon purchases for the trophies. Be careful with these guys; they hit mega hard because you're going to be getting counter hit by them as well. And since I have a save file at Eileen, I'm going to opt to not make one for Gascoigne here, but it's very easy to die to him. It's happened before. Same thing as NG Plus though. I'm going to pop my pellet before the gate. And then if I have time on the stairs, I'll pop fire paper and maybe even heal up. But yeah, something else to consider is like if you go for like hard cap on health or something in this run, like your damage is not going to be the same as mine. So like especially chalice bosses, you might have to work out slightly different strats from what I'm going to do. Something to consider, which that applies to like all the bosses in this game, so.
What's that smell? The sweet blood.
Now watch this day. Oh no! I didn't expect him to come out of that transition so fast. I was about to annihilate that dude. I'm glad we saw it happening though. I could have died there so easily. Cause look at my physical defense, by the way. Look at my physical defense. You can see it's at 83, right? Look how high my meter is. My physical defense 83, and as it's dropping, watch how my physical defense goes back up. 208. Once the meter falls off, my defense spikes all the way back up to where it's supposed to be. And that's the effectiveness of the Beast Blood pellet. Like, yeah, your damage goes up, but also you take a fuck ton more. So my physical defense was almost non-existent, so any hit he did to me was gonna knock the shit out of me. Fortunately, we didn't get touched by him. Okay, don't open that chest. Don't be baited by it. And we didn't go back to the dream, but we have to go back now. Like I said, you can do it. You can do it here, or you can do it at Central Yharnam. But either way, you have to go back to get the Hunter Chief Emblem. And at this point of the run, we have I mean, we've had a good bit of echoes for a while, but we want to get the Hunter Chief Emblem, and also we need to go ahead and buy a bunch of bullets and vials. So last time you can see the price of them. It's not too bad really. Get a good bit of bullets. So I buy 41 and then I get like 71 vials. You can see how it's like 103 vials and like 57 bullets. The bullets you're gonna need for bosses like the Pyromancer. I forget the name of the boss in the Chalice, like that, and maybe the old man. I'm not good with boss names in Chalices. I don't do them enough. The Themerian Descendant, I think it is, and then like maybe some bosses in NG+2 here, like I guess you can use it, you know, shooting Rom. So yeah, you need a little bit of bullets, but not too much. So yeah, you buy like 41, 71, buy the key, and then have your Bold Hunter mark ready to mark out. But that's up to you. You can buy extra if you want even more than that or less, but you want a decent amount just for the sake of the chalices take a long time. You're gonna be going through a lot of vials and stuff. Okay, now we get to show Amelia Skip, which is, I have a pretty peachy version of it that's pretty easy, but hopefully I don't mess it up. Alright, so when you pop this, keep holding down circle, and then pop your elixir and still hold down circle, and then just go ahead and get max sprint speed. That'll cancel out that pop-up for you as well. Just run straight to this door. Now we have a good bit of health now. Like the mobs hit harder, but You should be able to tank 1 or 2 hits here. Okay, you see how close we got to dying. Pretty scary stuff, but we're fine. This is fine. I'm gonna go ahead and heal up here too. Careful not, don't go too far left back there where I dropped. If you go too far left, you'll aggro that dog. So open that gate. It's kind of important. This one is mandatory though. If you don't open this gate, you're gonna fucking hate yourself forever. This one's very important to do the skip on. That item right there that to my right is the wooden shield. We need that. We're gonna pick it up after we do the Amelia skip though. Okay, so for the sake of, let's see, let's save it right here actually. I'm gonna do a couple versions of the skip. I'm gonna do my peachy version, which I normally do in runs just because it's really comfortable, but I'll try and do a more yellow version of it as well. I haven't really practiced the yellow version. I see some crazy stuff that runners do though. Like my version versus theirs, they probably end up saving an extra like 5 seconds or something, which is a lot of time, but you really don't want to mess this up when you're like, this would probably be about 2 hours, maybe a little over 2 hours into the run, probably closer to like 2:15ish. And if you like just fall off the edge and die at the skip after that long of a run and you're on PV pace, you're probably going to want to cry a little bit. So practice the skip. You don't have to do it. You can actually, and in fact, don't do that. Learn how to do it. Like I've said about everything, learn how to do all the optimal strats and skips. But you know what? Probably just kill Amelia for NG +3. I mean NG +2. Because you get some extra echoes and it's tremendously easier than doing skips. You're already crying, Colin? Damn. Okay, so this is, I'm going to first show you my peachy version and then I'll attempt to do some like more tryhard versions. So my peachy version is this third post like right in front of my face. So you have that one there, and then this one right in front of me. I line that up with the corner of that building in the background you can see, and I sprint. Once I start sprinting, I start sprinting, and once I fall off and I go towards that fence down there, I'm gonna kind of let go of sprint and see if I can hit the fence. Like so. Now once you're on here, this is the hard part. Once you're on here, you're good pretty much. Now just as long as you can run or walk straight, I usually move a bit faster than that. You can see right below my feet, I'm on the 4th post from the end. So you have this one at the tip of my cleaver, 2, 3, and then the one under me, 4. Once you're about here, I mean this is all approximation, doesn't have to be exact. I roll towards the middle of those boards, like the bottom of them, like so. And then I'm able to, once you trigger this death cam, I think this is the only point in this game that we actually have a death cam where we control our character. It goes pretty much tank controls though. Like I'm holding forward and I'm like pushing right, you know, whereas normally it's more like whatever direction you push, that's which way you run. So you gotta get really comfortable with tank controls. It's really awkward, honestly. And so get comfortable with that as best you can. Just walk around in death cam for a while. Make sure you fucking pick up this wooden shield. Definitely lost a good run to that before. And now you're just gonna have to be familiar with this area to traverse this in this death cam. I'm not gonna explain how I do it because there's just so much going on. I will point out a few markers though. Like you can kind of see the side of the wall there. Here you want to kind of get in the sort of middle of this wall. Same one here, and you kind of take a right towards this little black bar, I guess, and then this is you're walking down the spiral staircase. Once you get about here, you run almost straight to the right, and then you pull up your quit out around that rock. You can actually do it a good bit before that, but I just play it safe. Because keep in mind, if you're doing things, if you do that skip absolutely perfect, like you do a YOLO version of the getting on the fence, you just take off running, immediately roll off, and then you do the earliest quit out possible. Like that version versus like a more peachy version is probably going to net you, I would say, let's say 7 seconds. Just a guess, but you know, just keep that in mind. It's like, do you need that 7 seconds? Or do you want to get it like consistent, you know? Okay, and then this is NG +2, so that's the final time, and I guess we'll go ahead and go for we can go ahead and go for that skip again. If we wanted to. Yeah, I'm gonna make a save file just to do that. This will be practice, and I can show it off one more time. Because if you, I'm gonna try and make timestamps on this when I upload it to YouTube. So if you want to look at specific skips and stuff, you can just click on that and go to it. But I'm just gonna show it off again, and I'll also be practicing it for myself because I don't do the skip in the run because I'm not comfortable with it quite yet. It's like you have the sort of roll up the rock, which is easy, and then it's like you can do a couple different versions of getting to the sort of invisible line you have to walk. And then you gotta either run and jump or roll off at a specific spot, and then you also have the run and jump off the ledge into either the plunge or the immediate roll. And then after that you have the slow quit out. It's like a kind of a lot going on, but there's some people that are really, really good at this. If only we could use mouse and keyboard for this lineup. It'd be probably so much easier. Okay, I'm kind of going for the same lineup, so I'm like lining up my left heel just in front of that black spot if I can actually see it with this gear on. Let's take my chest piece off. I get just in front, and then I line up with that long moss, and then kind of roll. You see, I messed it up. I had it the first try in NG+, but yeah, I'm really not good at the skip. I might just say fuck it, honestly. I'll try it one more time since we made a save file, but if it's too taxing, then I'll just say fuck it and go the normal way. And I guess if I go the normal way, I can also show y'all how to do the other Forbidden Wood skip I didn't talk about because it's so easy. Yeah, we'll try this one more time. Okay, so like just in front of it, and then we're gonna like R1 towards that, roll. Yeah, I'm fucking done with that. I just got completely lucky the first try earlier. Anyway, so we'll go the normal way, and I'll show off the easy Forbidden Wood skip, I guess. This is exactly why I don't do this skip in my actual runs. Because if I killed my run because of this stupid ass skip, I'd be so mad. And it's like, I think this part of the skip, like the actual hut skip, is close to 30 seconds. I think I timed it at like 27, but if you do it the fast way, it probably is closer to like 30 though. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna say no to this skip. I'm gonna go around the safe way. Do we get this lamp? Let's go ahead and get this lamp. Okay, I'm gonna show the Forbidden Wood skip because I should have showed that way earlier. Like actually show how to do it. It's really, really easy though. If this dude does a quick attack, which he didn't, you have to go to the right. Otherwise, just go left like that. Okay, I'm gonna knock out these crows. Just to kind of show this. Get them out of the way, maybe. Okay, so the basic of this is, okay, so you're trying to get up there, right? You kind of want to like run along this wall and then jump roughly at this plant. I use that kind of as a guideline, and just kind of jump at an angle, like up towards maybe those sticks right there. Just kind of like something like that, pretty much. It's really, really forgiving, honestly. And even if you mess it up like this a little bit, you can just kind of roll to fix it. And then as far as running up, you don't want to just like run straight up. You kind of want to run a little bit to the right, like so, and then it'll let you get into it. So yeah, you would not be killing these crows or anything. You would kill the lizard potentially, which I don't anymore. But yeah, just kind of run into the wall a little bit at an angle, and then go to the right a little. And then this part is just all about knowing where you're at. When you drop here, if you're early on in the run and you absolutely need vials, you can drop over to this left side and go like here, and there's 6 vials right there. But what you want to do normally is just roll through that, go through here, and I'm going the fast way because I don't need to pick up anything. So there were like, because there were the 4 pellets back there, but I don't need them. And now here you can actually do the slip quit out though. So get like right when you're about to drop, and then line up just to the right of that point at the dip. Pull up your quit out menu, and right when you hit the bottom and stop, like when you hit the bottom, you slide, and right when you stop, quit out. This part you can like, in my experience, you can just like haul ass the whole way, but it might not always work. As long as you're like running perfectly straight, that pig never hits me, but I wouldn't take the risk. Maybe use an elixir or heal to full, or you can do a quit out. There's a lot of options there. I just like hauling ass though for some reason. And now here, just another shadows fight. Easy peasy. Fuck this boss. I'm not gonna make a save file because I have one at hut skip, so I'll go back if need be. I tried to roll out of that. Oh my god. I really did. They just decided to attack at the same time. Hey Jag. We're back at the skip. I'm not going for it though. Fuck it. Fuck it. Go this way. There we go. Yeah, there we go. There we go. We're out. We get to see the Forbidden Wood skip again. Hardest skip in the game. He still didn't do a fast attack. I wanted to show actually going right there. Oh well. I just kind of angle that whip right a little bit and go up. Get the vials if you want them. Shouldn't need them though. And here, we're not too low on health, so I'm just gonna opt not to heal yet. And run around here, wait for the dip, jump, Go out to just the right of this little angle here, or a little point here. Hit the ground, slide, stop, and quit out. Man, we have been streaming for a hot minute. How long have we been streaming? Oh, only 4 hours. I thought it was longer for some reason. That's nothing. Heckin' nothing. So I'm gonna heal. About here, and then I'm just gonna go straight past this pig, straight as I can. This part's kind of boring, but like once we get to the chalices, it spices up quite a bit. There's a lot of hard bosses. I might need to break this into a part 3 at this point. This is getting really lengthy. I might do that actually. I might get all the way up to the chalices and stop it, and then just do the chalices for part 3. I need a break, man. And like I said, I'm not going over NG plus bosses. I've already gone over them in NG. It's pretty much the same thing. It's just a little bit harder because reasons. Well, I was thinking in terms of like the all bosses run takes an hour-ish, and the guide took about, that one was like a little over 3 hours. So this could very well go to like 12 hours or something crazy. Monka S. Yeah, I don't know how many people are even interested in the all trophies run. I think more people will be interested just to do it, just to like watch it for help on how to get the trophies more than actually do the speed run, for sure. I tried not to rage too much. Maybe it'll be comfy for him. Except when that shit happens, like how am I not supposed to get annoyed at that? Goddamn asshole spiders. Like, fuck off. Oh, that was too much damage. Oh shit. Oh shit. Where's the light? Okay. Should be about here. Somewhere. Ha! Perfect. Just to the left here for the insta warp. All trophy runs are amazing, so few people do them. Yeah, it's quite an incredible run. Hey. Yeah, I try and not rage and run actual runs, but my god, dude, I just can't help myself. These days, yeah. I mean, I still definitely rage a lot, but Sometimes I just get sad. Sometimes I just get fucking sad. When stuff happens and like when I'm on PB pace in a run like this, it just like makes me sick to my stomach. But yeah, I've already explained all this part, so same thing as last time. Hopefully I don't die here. I went ahead and got the lamp. Oh god, there's that launch thing it does sometimes. I don't know how to sort of prevent that. Okay, so I'm gonna go all the way through. I'm gonna get up to the dream before chalices, I think, and then stop there, and then I'll save everything chalice related for part 3 because I really need to take a break. Maybe too far left? No? Okay, that was good. Actually good. Okay, here, last time we came, well, first time you come through, you get the gem. Second time I come through, I get another gem. The third time, you don't have to really get anything, so go ahead and heal up almost to full. You can use an elixir here if you want. It might make this a little bit more bearable. I want to actually try that. Yeah, let's go ahead and elixir. If you, yeah, you're gonna have to do a quit out though if you do this. So yeah, you'd quit out like right here. I'm gonna quit out now, make a save file, just not for like showing anything, but I just, if I die, I really don't want to have to do all that shit again. Like even if I die, I have the lamp, but I don't even want to do Yahar'gul skip again, so yeah. Hey, what's up, Tyrant? Yeah, I'll just kill One Reborn, Miko, Nurse, and then break this off into part 3 for later, which I might do another time, maybe another day, because at this point, like my brain's fried. This is like harder to do a guide for than it is to do the actual runs, I feel like. Yeah, there's not much to discuss at this point for a bit until I get to the chalices. Then there's a fuck ton of stuff to do. Like the biggest thing with the chalices is like finding your way around them, because it's not like you just like go to the lever and then you like kill the boss, because you have to pick up some stuff as well. I'm gonna go for the R1, R1, L1 here instead of R1, L1, L1, just because it's a little bit faster and less scary. Yeah, I showed as much as I could on the sewer skip at the beginning from part 1, but it's just all up to like if my version works for you or not, I guess. So I kind of like, I just line up with the pillar and then I just start sprinting and then try and like jump 90 degrees. So this part, that's another one, like when I zoned in there, like I was saying, it's one of those areas that you can actually start running earlier, as well as Mensis right here. Like I'm gonna hold circle and forward after this load screen finishes up. You can kind of hear my character running early. Do you hear it? Yeah, that happens several spots. Here I'm gonna go ahead and get the lamp because of I'm gonna use this cocktail just for convenience. I wouldn't normally do this in a run, but I have a lot of cocktails on me. I'm gonna distract him and actually get the lamp. Because if I die to Miko again, I won't have to run all that way, because that was so frustrating. Okay, Okay, so let's go ahead and pop an elixir as well. I'm being like super peachy right now, but just guide things. I'm trying to differentiate what's actually needed to do and what I'm doing just for the sake of the guide and or peach strats. Most all these lamps I'm getting right now I wouldn't even consider getting in a run. Just... because I mean if I die in a run at this point, the run's over. Whereas... and I just have to reset anyway, so getting a lamp's not gonna do anything for me except just waste more time getting there, so... but in a tutorial, it's actually quite handy. But yeah. I'm gonna chill out a bit after this. 2 more bosses. Maybe actually get some of that green tea with some honey. That sounds so good. Get out of my way. Yeah, heck. Yeah. I mean, just like, yeah, guides in general are more peachy, and then, but I'm trying to, at the same time, I'm trying to show the best strats that I know how to do as well. And it's like, learn the best strats, like know how to do them, but don't necessarily do them when you're first starting, you know? It's like, learn how to do sewer skip, but don't do sewer skip until maybe you've got like a, you know, a decent time or whatever. And then I've been trying to show like, different versions of boss fights too, like the best versions versus the peachy, easier ones that are consistent and stuff, you know? Like there's so many different versions of so many different fights at this point that I've actually forgotten a few of them. Like I don't even remember how to do Parl anymore, like the original Parl, I guess. I didn't mean to dash like that. I don't know what the fuck I was just doing. I was focused on forgetting how to do the Parl strat, I guess. But yeah, you know, yeah, I went over this fight earlier. You're supposed to shoot dash, shoot dash, shoot. I'm not even gonna timestamp this fight in my guide unless it's NG one. And here's 8 vials here again, but you know you just bought 71 or whatever you bought, so it's like you don't really need them because once you like warp to the dream, you're gonna get more vials anyway from your stock. So think about it like, how many vials do I need to kill Miko and Wet Nurse? And you have 10 left. It's like, yeah, you should be fine, but I pick them up anyway. But those little time saves do add up to a significant amount of time. I've already touched base on this guy. Same shit, different NG. The load screen happens a lot faster in NG Plus, I've noticed there. And if we die, you don't need this lamp normally. I'm gonna get it again for guide's sake, in case I die to Wet Nurse. Oh boy, I should have stamina managed just to touch there. Sometimes it gets kind of awkward with the the rune stamina and all that shit. And again, pop your elixir by the piggy. You can pop it like really far up here, by the way. Like he doesn't even care. He's so hard to aggro. Like early. And And when you're running through here not picking up gems and cold bloods, you can actually hug this right side and it's like just wide enough right here for you to squeeze through. It's really nice. And get your bolt paper ready. And at this point in the run, you can definitely go ahead and pop your paper and your pellet early. Yeah. Well, I can't pop my pellet quite yet because my elixir didn't run out, but you get the point. Whee! Try and get some L1s in early. See our beast meter's almost maxed out now. We got the highest damage we can get given our insight and our gear right now. I think she was about to teleport. No, she was either about to teleport or do her nightmare phase. I knocked her out of it. Fucking slut. But yeah, I'm about to stop this video for now after I get back to the dream. So in the meantime, like while you're waiting for her to die, again, you can, remember you can pop stuff while waiting. Might as well do that now. Get everything ready. You're not gonna need these for a while. You're gonna need these, so maybe move those over, and you're gonna need Hunter Mark. Everything else though, yeah, just keep on your bar. Nightmare Slain. And I'll show everything after I warp back on the next stream I do. I might not do this next stream necessarily, but next time I do this guide,